So here he comes from the right-hand side. Let's welcome once again Turbo in the Royal Air Force Typhoon. Yeah, we don't get to say a great deal doing a Typhoon, but generally speaking, we always play a bit of music in the evenings as well for these fantastic displays. And there, great shots. Get all those photographs up on Insta and Facebook as well to the Bournemouth Air Festival sites. What a terrific evening. Another one of those outstanding slow rolls from Turbo there. Really wonderful to see this aircraft again, twice in a day. What a treat that is. Werner coming back in. He'll be slowing the jet down now, taking a little bit of a break. Came in around 600 miles an hour. That's, of course, because that is our speed limit if you just joined us. Look, it's all going very, very quiet. An extraordinary machine, this. Capable of Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, and here you see it now at just 120 knots. An awesome machine with the wonders of modern design and technology, and of course digital software all built into that. The canards twitching away, keeping him safe, And very shortly, I just ram those throttles forward and relight the engines. Feel the G here, keeping it, squeezing it on as we go through this max rate turn. Absolutely stunning stuff. And here we go for the finale for the second time today. He's going to point it skyward, got clearance all the way up. Reheat coming on again. Big G pull, directly vertical. Get a shot of that. Well, thanks very much to the Hot Radio team there, guiding us through this morning. And welcome, everybody, to day 3 of this 16th Bournemouth Air Festival. Oh, yes, we've had a glorious couple of days here already, and we are set to do it all over again, right through until about 8:30 this evening. It's just such a pleasure to be back at this fantastic venue, enjoying everything that Bournemouth has to offer. Marvellous beaches, great people, wonderful entertainment. And alongside me, to add a bit of extra flavour, my very good and favoured wingman, Andy Marler. Good afternoon to you, Andy.
Good afternoon, George. What a fantastic day of action in the skies you've got lined up for everyone today. It's going to be another good day, isn't it?
And it's a full day, as we discovered last night as well, with grateful thanks to my colleagues in Hop On Bar and a few others around the bazaars as well. We've had the most delightful few days. It is a little bit muggy, I see today, and we're checking the weather radar for you. Right at the moment, we don't see any big threats. To be perfectly honest, the cloud base is good enough to fly, the visibility is good enough at the moment, and we're just praying that those couple of showers over France at the moment, they look as though they're going to skim through Kent, don't they?
Absolutely. It looks like they'll miss us today.
I'm sure you're all aware of that. A great lineup, as always, featuring the old and bold, the wonderful vintage aircraft on warbirds, a great big section from the Royal Navy, both modern frontline and from the vintage arm as well. That's Navy wings, of course. That'll take us up to a little bit of a tea break mid-afternoon, and then rip-roaring action again all the way through till about 5:30 this afternoon with many of your favourites. And of course, that includes the Typhoon as well. But special guest today, right? It's, yes, absolutely special guest today, Sally B.
I know, amazing, isn't it?
What an absolute star that is. 49 years. This has been operating in this country.
And a Bournemouth favourite as well.
Yeah, very much so. It's such a pleasure to see that aircraft back again. And then do stay on for the night air as well, because last night was just glorious. And we've had some spectacular, the photographic opportunities, the sun just glinting on the wings and bringing out all the colours of that. But frankly, the fireworks on Otto, as key part of that night air sequence, are just outstanding.
And from previous years, I think it's fair to say that Brendan with Otto will just add a few extra fireworks, as he always does on the last evening of any air festival.
Oh,
so
yes.
something to look forward to.
Expect some surprises, that's true. Well, we're getting the station all set, and that means getting the safety checks done both in the air and on the sea. You'll notice there's a line of red buoys out there. That is the main fly lane. And then behind there's a space where the boats are all moored. And good afternoon to all you mariners as well. Great to see so many out there. Do make sure all your chums are tuned in as well to 102.8, and they hear everything that's going on throughout the course of the afternoon. But there is also a line of yellow buoys, and that is the limit of swimming and paddling in the sea. Whatever the state of the tide is during the day, do not go beyond the yellow buoys. We will have patrols out there. If you do go across that, then we will have to stop the air display, as other things that may well also stop an air display.
Absolutely. Incursions onto the cliff tops, please. None of those. That will result in us having to cause the air show and the air festival today to be delayed. And of course, drones. This is a no drone area. We have some anti-drone capability here from our friends at Dorset Police, which we really don't want to use. But you will be prosecuted. And last year there were successful prosecutions against various people that decided to fly a drone. So anything that goes in the air that isn't from the air festival effectively is a no-no.
It includes balloons and kites as well.
Absolutely.
So do go safe out there. Once again, look after your belongings. And I think we can ease off on the suntan lotion today. But first aircraft coming your way very soon. Yeah, quick word again.
If you're on your way in and you're listening to us on Hot 102.8 FM, remember, park and ride. It's under £20. That will get you right here and into the action as soon as you possibly can. Very reasonable. And when you do arrive, make sure you purchase your commemorative edition of the souvenir brochure from all the sellers along the site, priced at an amazing value of £6.95.
Well, I'm not sure it's been that cruel. We had a fabulous few days here, but the weathermen promising lots, but not necessarily delivering exactly what we need today. But it's certainly enough to enjoy the rest of the afternoon's flying, that's for sure. We're talking to all the pilots. They're all set to go. The first one is already airborne from Bournemouth Airport, which we use as our basing. And a massive number of people, of course, to thank for this, which we'll do during the course of the day. But you're part of the process as well. It's a great team effort. So particularly the little ones down there on the beach, give everyone a good wave, won't you? It's their last day flying here today. They're all going to be heading back to their bases during the course of the afternoon. And they just love to see everybody down on the beach enjoying themselves and giving them a wave us as well. Do point out where the aircraft are. We love it for all the little ones to scream and shout if they see them. We're a little bit restricted up where we are on the Overcliff, actually, in terms of visibility left and right. So it's great to have a bit of spotting going on to help us as well. And we want you to enjoy the whole thing, as I say. We've got such a wonderful cross-section. In fact, we've got a plethora of really famous and interesting and well commemorative as well. Warbirds, the first one, perhaps top of the list as well, because the BBMF have had a tricky year this year for a number of reasons, but we will remember the sad events back in May, and also the very tragic loss of both the Spitfire and the sad life of Squadron leader Mark Long, who was planning to take over the flight at the end of this season. We're bearing him in our thoughts as we welcome the first aircraft this afternoon, which will be the Lancaster.
I heard.
Now we need you to look over the top, brick your legs behind you. Running in now, the Lancaster, the Battle of Britain Memorial. What a massive presence this aircraft is. One of the most notable, and certainly the most famous and successful heavy bombers of the Second World War. Presence is quite awesome. Its capability was remarkable, and of course it was made to do the job that was required at that tricky time, the Second World War. And the early years broke out in the conflict. Actually, we had more Blenheims than even fighter aircraft at the outbreak, but although the Blenheim did incredibly well as both fighter and a bomber, eventually it just couldn't deliver the capability of this extraordinary machine. Designed the brainchild of Roy Chadwick, who'd been working on an aircraft called the Manchester initially, but went through a refit and came up with this incredibly capable and effective machine. The prototype first flying in January 1941.
Important to remember that Lancaster displaying for us today is one of only 2 remaining in airworthy condition out of over 7,000 that were built, of course. Built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory in Harweden in May 1945. The aircraft displaying for you today, delivered just a few weeks after the end of the war in Europe. So it was modified for Far East operations against the Japanese as part of the Tiger Force, and was first flown in this configuration in August 45.
controls today is bomber leader, Flight Lieutenant Seb Davey, a massively experienced individual, particularly on large fixed-wing aircraft, having trained on the C-130J and then went on various operations with that as well, becoming a tactical air transport captain, supporting all sorts of other efforts across the globe that the Royal Air Force, of course, get involved in, like the Pakistan earthquake and humanitarian efforts. But he's become one of the Royal Air Force's first Airbus A400M Atlas pilots as well. There, with the bomb doors open, you'll be able to look inside. What an extraordinary capacity it had of 22,000 pounds. You could carry that maximum level speed with a full load of 15,000 feet at 275 miles an hour. It could routinely cruise above 20,000 feet at 200 miles an hour.
As we said, this aircraft was delivered to the Far East, but combat in the Far East ended before the aircraft could be deployed, and instead it was stored for just 3 hours and 10 minutes on its airframe. From there, it was returned to the UK, loaned to flight refuelling at Tarrant Rushton, was used as a test platform at Cranfield College of Aeronautics, adopted by the Air Historical Branch before being proposed as a museum exhibit at the RAF Museum. Flown to Henlow for storage in the open air to await the opening of that new museum. But then in 1965, permission was given that she could be transferred into the care of the 44 Squadron. Inspection found the aircraft was structurally sound, and permission was granted for her to make a flight to Waddington. 1973, joining the Battle of Britain Memorial flights, moving to Coningsby, 1976.
With the undercarriage down there, just evocative of those many, many sorties, aircraft and crews limping back with injuries and also damage to the aircraft making it back. Looking at the coast of Britain and thinking, thank goodness we made it again. But we will, of course, alongside their motto, lest we forget, remember at the same time. Those 125,000 aircrew who served in Bomber Command during the World War, over 73,000 of them became casualties of one sort or another, killed, wounded, shot down, or made prisoners of war. We salute them.
As you'd expect, such a grand lady requires an annual servicing, and in the winter of 2023 and 2024, two of its Rolls-Royce Merlin engines were changed. It also had some work done on the tail wheel support, and very interestingly, some brand new specially manufactured tail planes were added fairly recently. They were the first set of Lancaster tail planes to be produced for almost 80 years.
final fly past from the Lancaster coming up, an opportunity to reflect on this extraordinary machine, its performance, its ruggedness, reliability, and to many, the sheer charisma it presents in the sky. We've all been proud to be associated with this legendary bomber. Truly stunning machine, and we thank also all the crews at and the support at Royal Air Force Coningsby as well that keep this machine in the air. It is a massive team effort there, and well over 40 engineers helping, and many of them here today as well. If you come up to the East Overcliff and go along to their marquee, you'll be able to chat to the team and learn about all the aircraft operating. Very sad that the fighters remain grounded, but nonetheless, what a pleasure it is to have seen the Lancaster. And we continue very shortly in the Warbird theme with a unique formation of a Hurricane and Spitfire all the way down from Sywell. But meanwhile, there is action, of course, throughout the day and on the ground at the Bournemouth Air Festival. Always a variety of things to do, which Andy seems to get up to most of the time, not me.
Well, thank you. On the East Overcliff, a wonderful selection of vintage cars. There's a Ford Capri there, which reminds me of one of the first cars that I learnt to drive in, believe it or not. So there's some really nice vehicles up there on the East Overcliff. Down in the gardens, on stage down there now in our music zone is Susie Kimber. This afternoon at 3:15 we have the Other Uckers, which is a duo version of the widely named band that I'm not going to try and repeat on air. And at 6 o'clock tonight, Mr. Eversley with the Sounds of the Caribbean, and then between 7 and 8, it's loads of great soul music with Soul Hole down in the Bournemouth Gardens. Remember, of course, we're looking for as much support for this fantastic event as possible. Make sure you purchase your programme, $6.95, and also you can donate towards future BCP events. As you're going around the seafront, we've got some kiosks at our programme selling points as well. You can donate £2, £5 or £10, and they'll ensure that they can support lots of events throughout BCP as the year continues.
Well, thank you, Andy. And again, yes, do stick around all day, because it's just the sheer hospitality and welcome around, evading around the town, which just makes this festival so utterly unique, the whole town buying into the concept. But we're sticking with the Warbird theme now. I want you to keep your eyes in the sky. I believe they're coming in from the right-hand side, but that may well change. Very often they switch around depending on the both the airspace available. So as we have a very, very tight programme on the airspace plan, of course, with aircraft coming in and out of Bournemouth and clearing the area. And we have to ensure that, of course, it's completely safe for the next set of aircraft to come in. But we're going to welcome a unique formation. We're referring to it as battle formation because it's a Mark I Hurricane and a Mark 5C Spitfire as well, from the Ultimate Warbird collection. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful thing to see. And blessed in many, many ways. Of course, normally we would associate the Lancaster with a Spitfire and Hurricane from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. But this pair are not only flying formation, they're split into a different sequence later, but we'll get about 4 or 5 minutes of pairs formation flying. And of course, that will be aerobatic, which the BBMF generally don't do. So this will be an interesting flight past and display from them both, and we look forward to seeing these very, very precious and worthy aircraft. And what a lovely sight this is. In the hands of Mark Levy and Gabriel Barton, two outstandingly experienced pilots, and in very, very safe hands, these unique aircraft. The Spitfire, of course, the classic fighter out of the R.J. Mitchell Supermarine factory. and produced in greater numbers than any other British combat aircraft before or since the war. Well in excess of 20,000 Spitfires were produced in 22 different variants, first taking flight in March 1936. The Hurricane, of course, much perhaps under-applauded for the effort it took on during the early stages of the Battle of Britain, scoring twice as many kills as the Spitfire, the real rugged workhorse, built for war and at the forefront of Britain's defence in 1940, playing a major part in achieving the victory of 1945. Pleasure of hearing two Merlins in formation. We had 4 in formation on the wing of the Lancaster, of course, and we've got more warbirds to come. It's just been a splendid festival this to see such unique and precious aircraft. The Hurricane, of course, out of the Hawker factory under the guidance of Sidney Cam. And what an extraordinary and illustrious designer he was. Really coming up with the work for this. He also went on to design the Typhoon, Tempest, Hunter, and right through to the Hawker Harrier as well, designing the prototype Hurricane and its first flight in November 1935. Repositioning now for one of several maneuvers, this one a barrel roll. And that's carving in the sky a big shape around the outside of a very large imaginary beer barrel. Gabriel leading there in the Hurricane. And what a wonderful silhouette of unique aircraft, massively successful designs they were. Taking their time and adding no pressure. All these warbird pilots and consider it a complete privilege to fly these aircraft, hence the graceful flying. And there they are braking now. We'll see them take to the skies. The Hurricane takes a bit of a time to get to where it wants, although the cloud cover will limit the altitude they can use today, but we'll get a couple of maneuvers from each of them. Hurricane will take center stage for a moment and then depart, leaving the Spitfire plenty of opportunity. Right now, Mark high on the left-hand side, filling in the gap whilst the Hurricane gets the energy of higher altitude. Mark initially trained as an air traffic controller up in Scotland, spent many of his off-duty hours as a flying instructor at a local flying club. So started early, went on to fly turboprops for Logan Air, or then, like so many, getting into commercial flying. Now he and Gabriel, two of the leading warbird pilots in the country.
Despite the cloud, what a beautiful silhouette, this Supermarine Spitfire Mark V. One of the most iconic aircraft ever built. Thanks to the few who flew the aircraft during the Battle of Britain and successfully defended Great Britain against the numerically superior Luftwaffe. Built in Yeovil in 1942, fitted with the Universal C wing configuration. That was fairly unique, allowing it to be fitted with guns, cannons, or a mix.
Yeah, the invention, well, not the invention, the inclusion of cannons, a real game changer in terms of combat. But now, having used that altitude, Gabriel now bringing in the Mark I Hurricane, a truly, truly historic aircraft, this. Built in 1939, this Hurricane was built by Gloucester Aircraft during that year. First flew around mid-October 1939. Was operational with 245 Fighter Squadron based at Drem on the east coast of Scotland, engaged in shipping protection patrols. But its main history is really linked to Dunkirk, the equally famous evacuation that took place there, piloted by Pilot Officer Kenneth McGlashan. Heading to give top cover to the armada of small ships collecting thousands of Allied troops trapped on the shore. The engaged, sadly, was hit by enemy fire from a Messerschmitt 109. Badly injured pilots managed to bring the damaged aircraft down to crash land on a beach in Dunkirk, where it remained until recovered by French enthusiasts in 1988. Gabriel also starting his flying career early, soloing in a glider at 16, he got his PPL at 17. He took a different pathway through the helicopter world, flying with Bristows on the S61 and then working on search and rescue operations. He then switched back to fixed-wing flying with well-known EasyJet company, staying with them for 12 years before having another go at rotary aviation, flying for the HEMS, the well-known HEMS London Air Ambulance helicopter. But flew also with the well-known Aerostars team as well, owning also in his spare time and flying a pit special. So the aircraft call tally on each other as the Hurricane departs off to the eastern side. We expect to see the Mark V-C now diving in with Mark Levy at the controls to give us another few minutes spectacular flying in the Spitfire.
As we said, this Mark V Spitfire, fitted with the Universal C-wing configuration, allowing that use of a mix of cannons and machine guns. And this actual aircraft in 1942, fitted with that mix of machine guns and cannons. Of course, powered by the Rolls-Royce Merlin 46 engine, producing 1,415 brake horsepower at 3,000 RPM and a gorgeous sound.
Yes, Mark's always had a bit of a passion for warbirds and aerobatics. He cut his teeth flying a Boeing Stearman, one of my favorite aircraft too, and flew for 20 years with the Aerostars. well as was Gabriel Spot on there, and many other youngsters as well, flying Russian Yak-50 aircraft, and great training aircraft as well, that preparation for more Warbirds. But he went across to North America to train on the P-51 Mustang. Now, as I say, one of the established and most experienced pilots up at Ultimate Warbird flights, but focusing very much on the legendary Spitfire.
EE-602 started out with 66 Squadron, which was the second Spitfire squadron to come into existence, and this aircraft fought in the Battle of Britain. She then went on to 129 Squadron in recognition of the large sums of money that the Indian government raised through the sale of war bonds, and was renamed the 129 Squadron as Mysore Squadron.
And final fly past now from Mark. So down Boscoen there, do give him a big wave with you. I don't think we'll get another. Oh, we're certainly going to get a roll. What a lovely way to depart in true victory style. And he flies off into grey mist over there to the eastern side to fight another day. Fantastic stuff indeed. Well, we've got so much more to come. We're going to be having a couple of our favourites. We're certainly here in my box, but I think also with the friends who saw night show as well. The Firebirds have both a day and a night show. You're going to see them very shortly, but we're going to dip in after that to tri-service training with the RAF Tutor aircraft. Is actually a Grob, but more about that in a moment. And then we've got a lengthy sequence and a spectacular sequence, and wonderful it is, very deep in history and heritage of the Fleet Air Arm. Take us up to a break at about 3:30 this afternoon.
I think it's fantastic, George, some of the heritage of the aircraft. We're so lucky, aren't we? The Mark V there completed 100 missions, and the tie-up to this afternoon, of course, it escorted the Flying Fortress Memphis Belle back to the English coast after a famous 25th mission with 129 Squadron, linking in to our B-17.
What a shame we couldn't have put them all in the sky.
Wouldn't that have been amazing?
I felt like suggesting this morning that actually, could we just get all the Warbirds together for one fly past? Wouldn't that have been fantastic? It's the sort of thing they do at Duxford all the time, of course, because so many of the aircraft are based there. But not to be done here today, Sally, because Sally B, we're not going to see you until late this afternoon. But I totally agree. The connections are just extraordinary. And of course, Sally B representing Memphis Belle in the film, and so many analysts living on in the legend. Oh, we've got so much to chat about later on. It's absolutely superb. But we're just waiting now for the Firebirds to be given clearance. They should be coming in, I believe, from the left-hand side. And really consummate pair of pilots. These very relaxed. Here they are indeed with the smoke on, coming right at us. Pulling up lovely little aircraft, these RV4s. Great touring airplane, but also very, very good aerobatically as well. It's something you sit back and just get absorbed with. I don't know, I think you've all learned, I've got a bit of passion for pairs formation flying. I just think it's one of the most satisfying things to both do, fly it yourself, but also to watch as well. Because like it's watching two people who are literally linked together through their brain work and brain waves, a little chitter chatter on the radio, and just carving absolutely delightful shapes in the sky. That smoke you see, not just environmentally friendly and for aesthetics, but also a safety measure as well. So when the aircraft's fitted apart, it's a great way to quickly identify where your wingman is. These aircraft, basically Van's RV series of aircraft, one of the most successful range of home-built aircraft by a long, long way. Around about 45 years of experience has gone into this, and well in excess of 10,000 of these aircraft operating throughout the world. And sort of thing you can put together in your backyard, garage, whatever, and then get it moved down to your local airfield. Really, really flexible aircraft. These actually, you may recall from the name of this team, intricately linked with the Fireflies that we used to see here at the Air Festival. Now renamed the Firebirds because same aircraft, different pilots. They bought the aircraft off the previous operators, John Gowdy and Andy Durston, who perfected this form of pairs display flying. But these two now operating at night time as well with neon lights and fireworks that you'll see at around about 7:30 this evening. Powered by 160 horsepower, 4-cylinder Lycoming engines. They've got fixed pitch propellers. But the seats are in tandem formation, so a bit like a fighter aircraft, and with dual controls in the rear seat. Very versatile, very smooth, fluid flying, as you can see. Got a good speed range between 50 and 200 miles an hour. And really effective at short runways as well, requiring just 300 to 400 meters of a runway. Good little touring aircraft because they can cruise around 160 miles an hour at reasonably efficient fuel usage as well, but still got room for a bit of luggage as well to take with you. But equally so, at the same time, they can perform the aerobatics you're watching now up to plus 6G and minus 3. And just a reminder, you're all weighing 1G out there at the moment. Exert a force from your head down. That is positive G, pushing you into the ground. And that is what you stress and strain in the aircraft if you're not wearing any mitigation measures. But negative G pushes the blood up to your head. When you're upside down or you're pushing the aircraft away from you, and it's a much, much trickier thing to cope with. Anyway, let's just sit back for a moment and enjoy these shapes, these guys. John Dodd, Nigel Reed. So just setting up now, you'll hear the tones now and again when we drop it in the cockpit of Nigel's very calm voice, pulling up for another one of those barrel rolls. But of course, it's the wingman that's doing all the hard work. He has to replicate exactly the same control inputs at the same time as the leader. Now, we just have to mention a big shout out for Nigel, who's leading the team here today, because he's very much a local lad from Poole. He got involved in flying when he joined the Poole ATC, and of course then went on to greater things. Really enjoyed many, many years of flying, did a bit of commercial flying as well. And now just very much, I was chatting to them both this morning, just big smiles on their faces. They can't believe that they get the chance to come and do this every year. It's really delightful. After his ATC gliding, which is a great way to get to know it, he was a staff cadet with #2 Air Experience flight as well, and they were using the Chipmunk. He, just like so many of us, did 3 paper rounds a day just to save up the fuel and payment for his instructor fees to get his PPL. But having enjoyed many years in the Air Force with, first of all, JPs, the 3 and the 5, then went on to the Hawk and flew Hunters as well on the last tactical weapons course at RAF Brawdy before joining the Jaguar. Both delightful guys. Went on, of course, whole fleet as John Dodd, flying Boeings and other commercial aircraft for frontline airlines. And just really bringing all that experience to bear now in this display. John Dodd, very much a Scotsman. He went through flying with, just initially with the ATC, but then with Dundee University. Became a research scientist initially at the MOD before then getting involved in flying with chipmunks, tiger moths, and also the DC-3. Spent many time, as I did, on the Britten-Norman Turbine Islander, gaining his commercial pilot's license and flying for the Scottish Fisheries Protection Agency before then going into the airlines again with the Boeing fleet. Always had a lifelong ambition to fly warbirds, particularly the Spitfire, which he did, and he did plenty of that, still does at Duxford with the Aircraft Restoration Company. Putting up now for just a standard loop, the G coming on, 3-4G. They're coming up at the top there. They'll just look over their shoulders behind them and check on the wingman, and they're level with the horizon. And then bringing the G back on to ensure that they level out exactly the same height that they entered. So these little quarter turns, putting in, occasionally referred to as a cloverleaf, just really, really neat little repositioning maneuvers. It's so gracefully done, and as I say, all done on the cadence of the very last syllable of the last word of the lead pilot. So you get as close as possible. All the formation teams do it. It's just great to see in pairs. Of course, we have lots of masters of this in some red jets as well, but sadly they're not here to join us. They're all over in Canada. Right, I'm pretty sure this is going to be for one of their classic shapes in the sky. So time to think of your partner, give them a squeeze, give them some thoughts, and just spread the love around the Bournemouth Air Festival. And they are hopes that we continue this for many, many years. The Firebird's heart. And that is them complete. And what a consummate... it's delightful, isn't it? It's a bit like an aerial ballet.
It certainly is, and I find it amazing that the speed they're going at, obviously a 5.3 litre, 160 horsepower engine, but weighs about the third of a weight of a Volkswagen Golf sat on your drive. That's really quite something, isn't it? So light and nimble, really fantastic.
They're terrific class. They're incredibly popular machines, and so many people have got these. And again, relatively straightforward builds. You don't need a massive, great workshop to do it. And just deep joy. And of course, it's wonderful to see them doing that. Well, I hope you're all having a great time down there, by the way. You know, there will be some gaps during the course of the afternoon to make the most of the hospitality. Bournemouth can offer lots of traders around the site. Huge amount, by the way, for everybody to look at, but particularly for the youngsters with the STEM tents and the big STEM marquee in addition to the Rolls-Royce STEM marquee. Andy, you've had a good walk around, haven't you?
Really, really busy. You know, the RAF village on the Undercliff, that's fantastic down there. You can find out what life is like in the RAF, find out what some of the services do. You can also speak to some real-life pilots and engineers. The Royal Navy village, of course, with the Royal Marines, is in Zone 2 next to the Festival Hospitality marquee. That's open right now for you, where you can go again and meet service people and Marines and get some real hand-on interactive entertainment. There's also a dive tank on the East Overcliff, and next to the Royal Navy village down on the beach there, of course, the Army village, and they have a Challenger 2 tank. And I have to say, I just wish I was 9 years old again, because I just want to go and have a climb all over it. But Challenger 2 battle tank down there, loads of Army equipment, some great vehicles. And again, you can get your hands on it and talk to the guys that do it for a living day in, day out. It's really inspiring.
It's a great toy to have, isn't it, in your inventory. In fact, the military has just got some brilliant equipment. And also, there's half a Gazelle down on the beach from the Army Air Corps as well. And I know they will let you climb inside that. It's a good feel. But right now, we're just vacating a space for this next item, because it's our first look at a frontline current aircraft in Royal Air Force service, albeit under a contract. You'll hear a bit about that in a moment. And it's all about the training and the sort of things you would do, and this being a classic example of an aircraft. Now, it may be a little tricky to see where it is today, because one of the things we noticed with the Firebirds there was how difficult it is to pick them up occasionally. It's a really murky, flat, light sort of day, and not the nicest for flying. But anyway, coming in very, very shortly, we'll have the Royal Air Force Tutor. And to tell you all about that, it's my pleasure once again to introduce Flying Officer Isabel Woods. Good afternoon, Isabel.
Good afternoon, George.
Yeah, well, have you enjoyed the festival?
Absolutely, it's been great fun, thank you.
It is one of my favourite locations. I think everybody's. I think so many. You can actually feel its timing is great because it's towards the end of the season. We've had some great weather, and of course we're all busy. And I think all the pilots always just relax a little bit when they come here. It's just like, oh, this is just such a cool place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like a holiday, but you don't want to switch off. That's the thing.
Absolutely right. Okay, now you know a bit about this aircraft, so you do tell us before we... Oh, there it is. Off you go.
Thank you, George. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the 2024 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. My name is Flying Officer Isabel Woods, and I'm the Tutor Display Manager this season. It is a pleasure to display the Grob Fuel today. As he pulls up at 5G, Bob converts his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the Hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Hughes was born in Carmarthen, South Wales, and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the VC-10 out of RAF Brighton Alton, and then as a search and rescue pilot on the Sea King. Bob is now pushing -2G to level the aircraft upside down for the inverted pass. This is Bob's first year with the Tutor Display. He is operating at a base height of 500 feet, except the two final passes at 300 feet. This next manoeuvre is the wing over, which Bob can use to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. After that, we have the ballistic rolls, which are flown towards you in an off-crowd wind and away from you in an on-crowd wind. When not displaying, Bob is a qualified flying instructor on 115 Squadron, based at RAF Wittering, where he trains the future generation of Royal Air Force pilots, as well as converting frontline pilots into qualified flying instructors. During his very career, Bob has amassed over 8,000 hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a full year in the air. After completing this next maneuver, the half Cuban, Bob will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles. Throughout the slow roll, Bob will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder and aileron inputs to keep the effector pointing upwards, and this prevents him from descending towards the ground. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve maximum positive 6G, meaning that the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Next we have another wing over, a combined pitching and rolling maneuver, which is used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You will notice that every wing over is slightly different, as Bob carefully selects his flight path to cater for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. And for those of you who want to know a little bit more about the Tutor, it is constructed of a carbon composite material and has a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. Bob now rolls 90 degrees while pointing straight up, before completing a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed. The two 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International Group, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Air Cadets. There are 13 area experience flights across the UK that offer flights to up to 20,000 cadets each year. And this could be you if you are between 12 and 17 years old. Unlike the last full turn, this one is flown conventionally, exiting in the opposite direction to the entry. In the next maneuver, the 4-point roll, Bob delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon while flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. You may have noticed the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on the belly of the aircraft, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans whenever they are in need. And we're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. You can visit our tent, website or view our Tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Fund today. For those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 University Air Squadrons across the UK, and students on the University Air Squadrons are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. They also provide a huge opportunity for personal development, as well as a wide variety of adventure training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. We are now in a high energy section of the display, with the derry turn, quarter clover, and now the loop, which is a quintessential aerobatic maneuver. As he pulls up, Bob is subjected to 5G. He aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky, but even when inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seat. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions and has an exciting future ahead of it with the continued development of our combat and maritime patrol aircraft and UK Space Command. These will soon be joined by the introduction of our airborne early warning aircraft, the E-7 Wedgetail, and new remotely piloted capabilities with the Protector. The high tempo of operations continues today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. You can visit the RAF website to find out more about our professions, including aircrew, air operation controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace, and many more. Bob will now enter the final section of the display with another ballistic roll and half horizontal. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Squadron Prints and Babcock, who have provided much of the merchandise that we are giving out at our stand this season. Bob will now bring the Tutor around for his departing wave. This is another great photo opportunity. Please make sure to tag the RAF Tutor display on social media so we can see your shots. If you look carefully, you should be able to see him waving, so please give him a big wave back. A big thank you to Bournemouth Air Festival for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2024 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Neatly holding it in position there so he can get a good look at everybody. Brilliant stuff. Is that the last of Bob this year? Or?
No, we are up at Portrush next week.
Brilliant.
And then at the Duxford Battle Britain event at...
Excellent, but I'm not at either of these. I'm at Goodwin and somewhere else, a couple of other. But anyway, thank you so much. It's been lovely to see you on the road this year. Wish you all the best in your next phase of flying training.
Thank you, George.
Okay, good luck, and we'll say farewell, certainly for this year, to the tutor, and hopefully we'll keep that tutor display going for many, many years to come as well. Well, we're about halfway through this first phase. We've got 3 phases of flying today. This one goes up until about 3:40. Then we've got a short tea break. Then flying right up until about 5:30, and then we all come back again at about 7:30 for the night air. And we're just hoping, we're not expecting any great change in the weather. I think it's going to stay fairly miserly and cloudy like this for a while. So a little bit fresher than we've had over the last few days, sadly. But nonetheless, still absolutely fine for flying conditions. So do make the most of it. I think Andy's been on top of all the other action around the site and things to do and see, and there's a good 1.5 miles of it as well. So it's a bit of a great form of exercise, actually, just getting around the site.
It certainly is, and important to remember, of course, as more of you arrive now, that we don't lose our children. You know, we all want 5 minutes peace and quiet, but we don't want to lose them for good, do we? So as you arrive today, make sure you do take advantage of our LV Kids Zone Beach Safety Scheme, which will help you prevent losing your children, and if you do, we can reunite you very quickly. Just collect a free wristband that they can wear from our LV Kids Zone staff, as well as the Seafront Rangers and any of the RNLI lifeguard towers. Then, if your child is found, just they'll be reported immediately to a member of our team, Seafront team or a lifeguard, and they'll be on hand to help, and then we'll be able to reunite you together before the day is over.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely essential, particularly if you're staying off a night air. Please make sure you've got everybody, including the granny and granddad, as well as the children as well, of course, and all your belongings. Do take care with all the rubbish you may have as well. We do want to leave the beach exactly as we found it a couple of days ago, which is clean. Footprints only, I gather, is the sort of slogan to go for, isn't it?
It's an award-winning beach. It's worked on so hard throughout the year. So, yeah, when you leave tonight, take your rubbish home with you. Leave just footprints, take your rubbish and your memories.
Yeah, actually, I was amazed how much work goes on. I came down for a couple of bike rides during the course of last winter, and there was like major roadworks going on the beach. It was extraordinary. It looked like pipelines and all sorts of things going in.
Yeah, sand replenishment.
And that's
team,
it.
Yeah, this team worked really, really hard on it, and that's why it's an award-winning beach. You know,
and where do you get the spare
lucky.
Sand from?
Well, it's pumped from in the bay, so as it's washed away, we pump it back on, and then
it's actually pumped in. Now
yes,
I get it. Well, that's what the pipes were.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that it? Yeah, I mean, numpty, really. I'm not a beach specialist, apart from using one, of course. That's really, because I know there are some countries that actually, and they literally bring sand in from Saudi Arabia and stuff,
absolutely,
don't they?
absolutely.
But this is homegrown, proper Dorset.
It is indeed.
Dorset sand.
It is indeed. And, you know, and it makes the beach look so wonderful. You know, it's not artificial. It is our beach, but, you know, it just replenishes it, makes it look good for the rest of the year, and so everyone can enjoy it throughout the year, not just for this weekend.
Well, let's keep it special then. It is a real treat. It's a marvellous amphitheatre as well. It's just the most amazing place to run an air display, and we all love working here. So keep the pressure on. Let's keep this going.
And as George was saying, with the weather, some slight amends as we make the area clear for the next display taking place. So if you want to stay up to date with the schedule as it carries on, make sure you purchase one of our D-Day commemorative edition souvenir brochures. It really is fantastic value at $6.95. It also comes with a unique code. And if you download the Air Festival app via the App Store or Google Play, you can put that unique code in and it'll give you online access to the updated and current flying display schedule for the rest of this afternoon and this evening. It's also got a fantastic interactive map on there, So where we keep saying to you, go to the sandbar for food or go to the hop on in for a nice doom bar,
Yeah.
it tells you how to get there.
Yeah,
So
just
download the app.
Name drop our chums down there. It was great. And the burritos were pretty good last night, too.
They were.
Thoroughly enjoyed that. No, it's really super. But one of the other things I liked about the brochure this year was there's some really good articles. I particularly enjoyed the 16-year retrospective look at all the things that have gone on at the Bournemouth Air Festival over the last 16 years. Absolutely found out. I've lived every moment, every minute of each one of those particular occurrences.
Well, that's what I was going to say to you,
Yeah.
George. 16 years from the very beginning, and it's fair to say this air festival has really not only created some fantastic events, but set some milestones for the aviation industry.
Absolutely, very much. I mean, one of the earliest, you'll hear me refer to it later on this evening, is the Night Air. The very first night pyrotechnic display took place right here. Actually, let's not forget, the very first air show in UK took place just along the coast here at Southbourne.
Yes.
You know, involving, we'll talk about that by Charles Rolls later on. Now, I'm looking out on my left-hand side, expecting to see two Boeing Stearman aircraft appear in the sky with a bit of smoke, and we almost lost them yesterday in the smoke. It was also grey. We're nearly with us, so keep your eyes peeled out on the left-hand side. So we're going back to yesteryear, the age of barnstorming. These guys are just terrific entertainment because most unusually, they're carrying two ladies on the top of their wings. And yes, it is for real. They are putting up with winds of about 150 miles an hour, and it's death-defying stuff. They go uppity up, up. They're now coming down, down, down in a dive, and with their first pull-up, they'll be going upside down. Yes, they truly are the magnificent men in their flying machines. You well have seen, referred to these in the past, perhaps as the Crunches, the Breitling team. We've had Gino, all sorts of different colour schemes, but it's essentially the same outfit, the AeroSuperBatic company at Royal Flying Corps Renkum. Yes, a lovely little First World War airfield under the command of Vic Norman, who's been running 5 of these aircraft for many decades now, made a fantastic contribution to the air display business. Team today led by Dave Barrell, in the other aircraft Brian Corns. Dave, now the chief pilot at this outfit, and done the most fantastic job and just loving every minute. But keep an eye on those wings there. You'll see these acrobatic girls going through their paces, whilst the boys pull them upside down, inside out, and pull a lot of G at the same time. And there you see them. Do give them a wave when they come close to the beach. They'll be looking down at you. It's hard, hard work, and I assure you, trying to move your arms and legs around in a wind that's about 120 miles an hour. Again, with all formation flying, the wingman or wingmen always having to replicate tiniest touches on the controls, being led by the cadence of the commands of the leader. While they're doing that, the girls have no communications at all. They just use hand signals and intuition, basically. They choreograph their work, and the background absolutely extraordinary. They've both got stories to tell. Up on top of David is Kirsten, and she came through the circus business. Just saw an advert in the papers for this and didn't realize how competitive it is. And Emma is flying with Brian today. Emma's got an interesting background too.
Yes, you'd have thought, George, that the most exciting thing in Emma's life would be sitting on top of a wing at the Bournemouth Air Festival. But she has many hobbies, not just wing walking. She described herself as an adrenaline junkie. She does kite surfing, skydiving, marathon running, and now shark cage diving.
There, we just caught the break coming out from Dave. Yes, an extraordinary pair. They're all loving it. And they're tiny little girls as well. They have to use a lot of upper body strength to withstand this sort of work, though. You'll see them spin round. They're in a little rig there, but you'll see them spin round. They can go upside down and they can lie sideways. All those particular maneuvers you'll see during the course of the flying as well. But towards the end, they will hop out. They're still on a safety drop, thanks to, of course, enhanced safety measures creeping in over the decades. But when they first started doing this work, not these guys, but the guys out in the States at the end of the war, they had a load of spare planes, load of spare pilots, nothing to do. And they just got to work with the flying circuses, the barnstorming, flying in and out of Midwestern states, for example, picking up passengers. And then good old Ormer Locklear, he was the first to try and fix something on the wing of his aircraft by getting out of the cockpit. And he got together with another extraordinary daredevil lady whose surname was Dare. Ethel Dare was her name. And they kicked off the art of wing walking. Sadly, Ormer went a bit too far one day and didn't quite make it in terms of longevity. And then, of course, the regulators across in the States caught up with them. And but it's great that this has been brought alive again in the UK around 30, 40 years ago with the likes of Barry Tempest and particularly with Vic Norman now running this. And you can do this yourself. In fact, I'm going to sign you up. Just go to AeroSuperBatics.com, all of you out there, and just put Andy Marlaw on the bid list.
Thanks very much for that, George. Yeah. And how did you know it's my birthday? Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. It is exciting stuff. So these aircraft really strong. You can hear the roar there of that uprated 985 Pratt & Whitney engine, 9 cylinders, radial, big, powerful engine, 450 horsepower there. Doesn't make it go very fast though. There's an awful lot of drag on these aircraft, and of course you're adding drag to that by putting a person on the wing. So to help them maneuver, they also fitted additional ailerons to the wings as well. So with the power and the extra maneuverability, they're able to work an awful lot easier with the girls flying on the wing. Keep your eyes peeled now. Here they are, upside down. Ah, terrific stuff. And the pressure, even though they were legs against it rather than arms this time, the pressure on the body is absolutely huge. So we go through a few more antics yet, whilst Brian and Dave reposition the aircraft, the girls spinning around on those jigs, always doing their best to invent a few additional display maneuvers for themselves, as well as the boys coming up with a few as well. Smoke coming on again, all environmentally friendly, of course. Coming by now, another photo break opportunity. Yes, these aircraft are responsible for training thousands of pilots across the pond in the USA. An incredibly sturdy aircraft going back to the 30s. And a favourite also of many pilots in UK as well. It's a lovely big beast of an aircraft, very states, and it's just what perhaps the art of aviation should look and feel like. The pilots flying in the rear of the two cockpits. The first cockpit, the forward one, reserved specifically for the girls to transit between different locations. And you will actually see them climbing down the wing and getting into those cockpits in a couple of minutes' time. So whilst they slow the aircraft down, an opportunity once again for the girls to reposition. Just absolutely the best, in many ways, entertaining displays for this sort of environment. Just great family fun. A really big presence in the sky as well. So here they go. Look at the girls in their Wind Rider position, looking far out to sea ahead of the aircraft, just perched on the top of the wing. So once again, keep your eyes peeled on the movement of the girls. You can hear in the background David calling the shots for the various positions. Ryan, as always, getting absolutely right under the tail there of David, and the girls now repositioned, you'll see, towards the back of the wing in their cockpit lady position. And on this run, they're coming up for their last pass, and the girls will be maneuvering back and standing literally on the edge of the cockpit right in front of the pilots. Now, great opportunity, boys and girls, mums and dads, everybody down there. We want some audience participation. They're coming through quite slowly. Both pilots and the girls will be giving you a great wave as they come past you. So do give them the credit back. They can't hear you, but they can see you. Give them a massive Bournemouth Air Festival wave right down the beach, best you can, Mexican or any other nationality. Here they are now, literally hanging on to the strop whilst they stand in front, right in front, feet in front of the pilot's eyes. The amazing AeroSuperBatic wing walkers.
And as graceful as the ladies look, George, they are in effect just a huge air brake, aren't they? And it's, you know, it's a real testament to the engine power on that Super Stearman, isn't it? That it can do the manoeuvres it does without having to do the continuous diving.
With that, you know, with their smaller powered Lycomings are probably more standard and they're less thirsty. I mean, I've got several thousand hours operating the 985s, and they're very thirsty engines, not just in fuel but in oil as well. They get through a huge amount of oil every sortie. So I think we're almost back on track with the timing now. We were just a few minutes behind a little while ago, but now we're coming through to a lengthy sequence, 20 minutes or so, brought to us by the Royal Navy. And we need to be looking up into the sky for that. It's a very, very unique formation as well, and one that I think you'll all enjoy, truly historic. But it's also featuring the modern frontline Royal Navy as well.
Yeah, I see him.
So keep your eyes peeled out to the right-hand side. You'll see one of the most precious, remarkable and historic aircraft at the front of this quite unique formation. Fixed aircraft types, both fixed and rotary wing. Flanked by the Royal Navy's Black Cats, tail end, another historic Wasp helicopter. The Taranto formation. It's the sort of thing you almost need to stand up and wave your white ensign and salute, isn't it? It is the most terrific sight. Great, you have plenty of time because, of course, the speed of each formation is limited by the slowest aircraft in the formation. Luckily, the others are all rotary. Otherwise, we may be close to a stall, but the venerable Swordfish, sitting right at the heart of the Royal Navy's heritage, leading this formation and celebrating in many ways not all the achievements of the Swordfish, but of course in its D-Day 80th anniversary stripes as well. So a mixture of both frontline and heritage there. The heritage in the hands of the Flying Navy Heritage Trust. And they look after all the historic aircraft. They're a registered charity. Raises money to preserve the nation's national aviation heritage and keep the Royal Navy's rare and remarkable historic aircraft flying. They're flying under the name Navy Wings. They've done the most tremendous job in rebuilding the flight since the departure of support, well, financial support that is, of course, from the military itself has hit most historic flights. Then flanked by literally the latest and busiest frontline helicopters in the Royal Naval inventory, the Wildcats. Leading from the front today, this formation, Mark Jameson, assisted by Paul Collett behind him, or Collicott, I think it is, yes, and the Wasp being flown by Steve Daniels today. We'll see them break very, very shortly. The Black Cats will just hold off for a while, and then we'll see their separate demonstration, giving us a chance to get a close-up view of surprising maneuverability from the Swordfish, but also the agility of the Wasp as well. Very much Navy Wings that's taken on the role of preserving and flying these historic naval aircraft for all of us to enjoy, aiming at the same time to inspire future generations to remember the service and sacrifice of those involved with naval flying, and a deeper understanding of the important part played by the Royal Naval Air Service and the Fleet Air Arm in the history of our country, all funded entirely by public donations. Got an impressive collection of valuable aircraft, including jet aircraft as well, but we'll just pause for a moment and wait for the break, which will be called very shortly by Mark. And what a great sight and a fantastic photograph opportunity that is. Absolutely superb. So here we go, the first of the priceless treasures of the Royal Navy, Flying Navy Heritage Trust. It's an opportunity for Steve Daniels to show off great flexibility and utility as well. A remarkable machine. The Wasp in many ways, very, very similar, of course, to the Army Scout, certainly in fuselage terms. The main difference you can see, obviously, being the use of wheels to enable maneuverability around the heaving flight decks that these Wasps would have operated on, compared to the skids that are under the fuselage of an Army Scout. The Wasp, coded as a match helicopter, a medium-range anti-submarine torpedo-carrying helicopter. A distinctive whine coming there from the Rolls-Royce Nimbus 103 turboshaft, giving just a little over 1,000 horsepower. Able to fly to a maximum of 193 kilometers, about 120 miles an hour, with a range of about 180 miles. Operated generally as a crew of one, but with its weapon systems would have had a crew of two as well, with an operator alongside. That's 5 seats altogether, but the rear seat designed also in that bulbous canopy to take a standard stretcher case, and there they served illustriously, particularly in conflicts such as the Falklands. The Wasp was first introduced to service in 1964, its primary role with 829 Naval Air Squadron, but also in training units to supply crews for the front line with 706 Naval Air Squadron between 1965 and 67. It was really effective as a submarine killer, often deployed or paired with a Wessex or a Sea King, occasionally with a Royal Air Force Nimrod as a submarine hunter as well, and gradually replaced in the late 1970s with the introduction of the Western Lynx, now superseded, of course, by the Wildcat. Painted in the colours of HMS Aurora, their particular Wasp flight. Aurora was a Leander-class frigate, flown today by very experienced Royal Navy test pilot Steve Daniels. It was originally called the Sea Scout, and it was developed alongside the Army Scout I referred to earlier on, and was one of the world's first frigate-based helicopters. It carry 2 torpedoes or 2 anti-ship missiles plus a GPMG, that's a general purpose machine gun. And Steve just demonstrating here its agility in a number of different flying envelope configurations. Of course, it's what it could carry and the things it could do. It's not just about flying a military machine, it's about fighting it as well. And the first missile fired by the Royal Navy in anger was from a Wasp at the Argentinian submarine Santa Fe during the Falklands conflict. Missile hit the submarine, preventing it from submerging, and thus the sub was captured, enabling the ground troops to go into action and subsequently regain South Georgia. Retired from the New Zealand Navy eventually in 1998, having served with many other navies around the world, the South African, Netherlands, Malaysia, Indonesia and Brazil. And also fitted with a hook for underslung loads when a winch for search and rescue work, often referred to as the ship's Land Rover, given the massive utility that it could undertake. Could carry the Mark 46 or the 44 torpedo depth charges, but also the SS-11. Now that was an early missile, wire guided, required a lot of dexterity from the air crewman alongside the pilot to operate. Had to guide it all the way onto the target, and of course led to countless miles, literally kilometers worth of wire being left in the combat area. The aircraft bearing the insignia of A29 Naval Air Squadron. This particular one, built in 1964, served with a whole range of different ships and flights on HMS Nubian, Hecate, Lowestoft, Cleopatra, Aurora, Ajax and Hecla as well. And whilst employed in the Falkland Islands on the back of HMS Hecla, it had red crosses painted on it because it was employed in the casualty evacuation role. Stellar moment, absolutely critical timing as well, and did the most splendid job. Steve making way now for Mark Jameson to come in with this extraordinarily precious and important piece of heritage. Swordfish, wonderful to see it back on the road, and we've seen a lot of it this year. Really impressive aircraft. It may be slow, but hugely capable. Key to the Battle of Atlantic and so many other activities as well. Between 1939 and 1945, the Swordfish saw active service afloat and ashore in every theatre of the war between the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, the Equator and the Arctic Circle. But it was the Atlantic that this venerable, iconic biplane proved herself as one of the greatest aircraft in the history of naval air warfare, helping defeat the U-boat threat, dramatically stemming convoy losses, turning the tide of the war. Originally a replacement for the Greek Fairey aircraft, designated a torpedo spotter reconners, a TSR-1 initially, then with a bit of redesign and the massive Pegasus engine on the front there first flew was the TSR-2 in 1934, taken into Royal Navy service in 1936 as the Swordfish Mark I. And this, the only remaining Mark I flying in the world. Referred to often as the string bag because, like the shopping bags of the day, it could accommodate pretty much anything, from a 1,600-pound torpedo to a variety of depth charges, bombs, mines, rockets or flares. And the Pegasus, almost seen at the time as well in 1934 as the cutting edge of engine technology, but only managing to propel the Fish at a stately 90 knots cruise, but even less when heavily laden with a torpedo underneath. Although technology had moved on, the Swordfish was virtually obsolete, but they continued to provide valuable service throughout the course of the Second World War.
The Swordfish, of course, playing such an important role in the Battle of Taranto, a naval mission of determination and bravery. 21 canvas-winged Swordfish took off from HMS Illustrious to carry out what was one of the most pivotal aerial attacks of the Second World War, sinking the Italian battle fleet at Taranto. Leaving the deck in radio silence without navigation lights to avoid detection, the Swordfish flew 170 miles through the night to drop their torpedoes and bombs on the battleships, cruisers and destroyers of the Italian fleet anchored in Taranto harbour. As the first wave of Swordfish began their approach from the southwest, the flare carriers lit up the Italian ships, signalling the torpedo bombers to dive into the storm of ferocious anti-aircraft fire.
Yes, it must have been perilous, of course, hugely uncomfortable in those cockpits as well. Little shelter from the cold and biting rain. But it was relatively pleasant to fly. And as you can see in the hands here with Mark Jameson, very maneuverable. And that was that maneuverability that probably protected them in many ways, because it's very, very difficult for Navy gunners to offset this sort of aircraft. Very often with modern missiles, of course, it's relatively straightforward to engage enemy fighter aircraft. But coming back really, really slowly now, you can imagine what it must have been like, literally the flak going off around you, but staying steady on course to get that all-important torpedo off and ready towards its target. Taranto right up there at the top end of their famous operations, but there were so many others, one of them being what was called the Channel Dash. February 1942, 6 Swordfish attempting to stop the Prince Eugen, the Scharnhorst, the Gneisenau, moving up the English Channel. The ships were heavily defended by destroyers, but they stuck with it. 6 were eventually shot down, would you believe it? The bravery and fortitude of its crews in pressing home their attacks earned high praise, with their commanding officer, Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, posthumously being awarded the VC, one of only 2 such awards to the Fleet Air Arm aircrew in World War II. Manoeuvring now for its final fly past. I'll give you a little wing waggle, so do give Mark and his crew a wave as well. There we go, fantastic stuff. We'll do a little bit of a hornpipe as they're going along as well, shall we? Stunning aircraft, just so impressive. Really linking us to true aviation heritage and courage and endeavour as well. May we see many more hours and opportunities of that particular aircraft. Fantastic stuff. Well, keep your eyes out to the left-hand side now, because we're going from the 30s and 40s to the modern frontline capability of today's Royal Navy, at least in terms of shipborne helicopters, in the hands of the Black Cats. So, ladies and gentlemen, as they pull up in the sky, coming in at over 100 knots, the Royal Navy's Black Cats. "20 years now since the Lynx pair first performed for us, and very popular, particularly around the coastlines as well. Their name coming now from the naval slang of black catting, getting one over on your mate, or basically doing something better than he can do. And that happens a lot in this commentary box, I can tell you. We never score though, the pair of us, but we have a lot of fun doing it. But so the Black Cats, they're flying what we call the Wildcat HMA. That's a helicopter maritime attack helicopter. They're based at Naval Air Station at Yeovilton. And the UK's only dedicated maritime attack helicopter, armed with a range of weapon systems from snipers, 50 cal machine guns, torpedoes, the Martlet missile and the Sea Venom missile, giving a full range of anti-surface, anti-drone and anti-submarine capabilities. In the hands today of Lieutenant Michael Vivian and Lieutenant Scotty Sunderland. And they'd like to give a big hello again today to their families with them as well, Becca and Oscar, Scotty's wife and child, and Megan and Olivia, the wife and daughter, Michael Vivian. So great to see you here this afternoon. It is, of course, a great family event, the Bournemouth Air Festival. It's just marvellous to see so many others here with us today as well. Car park's filling up, I understand, which is just terrific news for everybody. Viv and Scotty will be putting these aircraft through their paces, showing the great maneuverability and agility there, with a huge nose-down departure from the hover, getting a big windscreen full of the ocean. But this, I would say for these guys, a relatively pleasant day, given some of the conditions that they normally operate in out there in the wild blue Ogin in front of us. Squadron itself was commissioned back in 2014 as part of the Wildcat Maritime Force, responsible for training Wildcat pilots and observers and looking after the flights on board our Royal Navy frigates and destroyers all around the world. Rising 825 and 815 Naval Air Squadrons, and also the simulators and headquarters, and ensuring that, of course, the aircrew, engineers, aircraft and supporting them are ready to support the Royal Navy at home and anywhere in the world. Scotty joined the Navy in 2010 as a direct entry pilot, but soon went off to fly around the Middle East and on HMS Dragon. Whilst on that particular deployment, he played an instrumental role in seizing more than £145 million worth of drugs, a record for UK airship work. The pair of them looking each other in the eyes now as they go into their pirouettes, making it look really, really simple as they circle and climb at the same time. Scotty went on to train as a maritime counter-terrorist and interdiction pilot specialist, before then returning to Yeovilton in the support role, of course, training the next generation. Meanwhile, Viv joined the Navy in 2013. Been flying the Wildcat since 2017, and he's also travelled the world on various deployments in Oman and also on HMS Kent, and protecting the Queen Elizabeth carrier from base on HMS Defender. That would being the first flight to deploy with the new Martlet missile. Both now engraced Monday to Friday as pilot instructors on the operational conversion unit, training the next generation of Wildcat aircrew in the art of maritime strike. It's great stuff indeed. These guys working hard. Of course, the military pilots, although they played to be around and on duty every day of the year, they're of course giving up their spare time at weekends to display these frontline aircraft. And after all, we've all paid for it, haven't we? So it's great to see the equipment that we have protecting Britain out on display as well. And do go along and talk to all the personnel, not just from the Royal Navy, but all the services represented here today. And all have their own aviation arms. But of course, they don't just need pilots, they need specialists, they need electricians, they need engineers to keep these aircraft in the air and, of course, on the ships as well. Tough job, of course, being out there. A huge amount of corrosion from being operations on the ocean waves. Now, coming towards the end of their display, I think you'll agree, really great to see the two-ship formation back again after several years of just being able to operate a solo aircraft. Coming back in for their final manoeuvre very shortly. Another great opportunity. We come to the end of phase one of flying here this afternoon. I do give them also as they come right up to you now. And superb break. That is them complete as they go left and right. Give them a wave, won't you? Down towards Boscombe, up towards the Bournemouth Pier as well. These guys been with us many weekends over the course of this summer, and really good to see them, and of course great to see the families supporting them as well. Not an easy task. Well, fantastic, what can you say, phase one of the day?
It is.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Absolutely, George. Hasn't it been great? And you're looking at the Wildcat, it looks so familiar, of course, doesn't it? Because it replacing the Lynx Mark 8, but it really is a different bird, isn't it?
Yep, very much so. Well, there's lots more different flying coming up. We're going to go very aerobatic at the start of the next phase as well with the Starlings. We've got the ever effervescent and very exciting Richard Goodwin. The Gazelles are back with their four-ship formation as well. Foon time, of course, is coming up at about 4:45. And then more Warbirds. It's just terrific show this with another couple of spare pair of Spitfires and of course Sally B. Can't wait for all that. We're going to take a bit of a tea break now. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time, but right now we'll just leave you for a few moments with Hot Radio. Many thanks indeed,
Thank you.
Horrido, just allowing us a bit of a tea break there. Marvellous stuff. We're just catching our breath as well. And we've got, I say, a bit more of a rip-roaring, but then also a very, very commemorative and memorial section as well. It's all changes. I mean, I love this eclectic nature of the air display. It's got all sorts for everybody.
It has. It's a bit of yin and yang in the next one, isn't it? It's excitement and major icons. Loads to do around the site, of course. Our air festival restarts very, very shortly. But, of course, if you're down at Pier Approach, remember, the Smugglers Golf is all day today and tomorrow as well. It's a 2-for-1 offer. You can test your golf skills down there at Smugglers Cove Mini Golf. And remember, of course, lots of places to get food and refreshments. In Zone 1, the Sandbar. Zone 3, the Cocktail Bar. That's by the East Cliff Zigzag. We have the Sunset Beach and the Bootleg Bar down in the Lower Gardens. El Marino's Pizza in Zone 2 down on the beach. And, of course, in Zone 6, well, so many street food vans and places for a little beverage. It is, we can't list them all, too many there, but it's a great place if you want some street food.
Yes, it is. And the reason just we're giving you a pre-brief now is we're coming into the evening section. I know it sounds a little bit early, but we'll be finishing up this next phase 2 at about 5:25, thereabouts. And then the gap, just to prep for the evening. Of course, it's how do you fill that gap? Well, first of all, make sure you go and get something to eat and drink and everything else. Certainly keep the whole family happy. But the evening activities in the gardens, to my knowledge, still going ahead?
Absolutely. Right on stage now down there, you have the Other Uckers performing until 5:15. From 6 o'clock tonight, it's the Sounds of the Caribbean with Mr. Eversley. And at 7 tonight, which is just great to take you around for our night air action, is a bit of soul with Soul Hole on the Lower Garden stage. So loads of stuff taking place in the Lower Gardens. Really
and the
good.
Marines in action as well?
Yeah, I mean, unarmed combat, and we've said this every year, George, haven't we? Unarmed combat with the Royal Marines.
Don't do it. Just don't get involved,
Stay
mate.
away.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not have weapons, but I think
it's brutal.
Their muscles are the weapons they need.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched it a few times. It is absolutely brutal. It is real. There's no play there. It's not like those wrestlers on the telly, where it's all choreographed. This is, mates really having a go at each other. So 6:20, yes, for the unarmed combat.
That's right.
And then the beat retreat, the Royal Marines Band, Her Majesty's, of course, or His Majesty's now.
His Majesty's.
Yeah, they've all switched allegiances to beat the retreat at 6:45.
6:45, yeah, quarter to 7.
And that'll give you time then to amble back for the night air, which starts tonight at 7:30.
And I'm really pleased because last night we had such a fantastic night air, and you said the one thing that would make this great would be a Spitfire.
Oh, yes.
And tonight we're opening with a Spitfire, and that's going to be great.
I'm just absolutely delighted. Okay, well, we're just once again now resetting all the safety parameters, both on the sea and in the air, to ensure that everything is ready to go. It'll just be a couple of minutes, and we'll get the action back in the air for you. Well, there's old Nick there singing about sun going down. It hasn't come up, has it?
I'm going to say it'd be nice to have some.
We missed a bit of a trick today, didn't we? But we're all set to go now, so thanks for your patience there. And the two next pilots are absolutely terrific, thoroughbred professionals, as they all are, but these guys expert in so many other ways. Coming in now from the left-hand side, please welcome the Starlings. These two superstars got together in 2021. They were familiar to many of us on the air display circuit, as they've got a great pedigree. Many years apart in several different ways, but they're composed of former British aerobatic champions Tom Cassells and Michael Picking in these really super aerobatic aircraft, the Extra NG, and it is just a terrific machine too. Ideal for performing their high-octane close formation aerobatics, including gyroscopic tumbles as well. Both pilots got a combined aerobatic experience of over 50 years in air shows and competitions, and they've flown all over the world as solo acts and part of formations as well, notably with the Global Stars. So again, you're going to see here another masterclass of pairs formation flying. Very, very satisfying thing to fly and to watch. These two guys right at the top of the tree. Tom, a current display authorization evaluator with decades of experience, and Michael, the youngest person ever to have been the British aerobatic champion. The display showcasing the performance, skill and abilities of both the pilot and the aircraft. First half of this routine demonstrating formation aerobatics, opposition maneuvers, providing some really good photographic opportunities as well. Flying the latest design from Germany out of Walter Extra's factory, the Extra NG. Capable of unlimited aerobatics, roll rates in excess of 420 degrees per second, and also being able to fly plus and minus 10G. And not many people can handle that. Coming together tightly now for their first barrel roll, and again, absolutely key for the wingman to replicate on the intonation there, whilst they're spitting out with their skywriting smoke trails, all driven by a special smoke generator around the outside of that barrel. Brilliant, isn't it? They're really glued together here. Smoke, once again, not just aesthetic, but also a very useful safety parameter as well. Here the G coming on now. They pull and then rolling, keeping that positive G on all the way round these turns. As Michael spits away with the wonderful smoke. They can use this for a form of sky writing as well. Going into a big wing over now. They'll be repositioning. It's a And you can see how closely Michael, as the wingman there, replicating each individual control input. Coming up this time in echelon for the loop as they go through the top there. Once again, looking back over their heads, checking the horizon, checking the wingman position. Squeezing a bit more G on now to keep the aircraft position right on the display line. So this time they'll be putting up into a stall turn. Once again, they'd let the airspeed bleed right off until there's almost nothing left on the clock and then put in a big boot of rudder exactly on cue. Expertly done. Stand by for the break now.
Break. Go.
And terrific photo shot. Superb. So this is the phase where we get a few opposition passes as they pull up, all on cue. Tom calling all the shots.
Rudder. Go.
There it is, the input. That's how they manage to match their performance and movements in the sky.
Pulling up. Roll. Go. Smoke off.
Pulling over the top there, rather than letting the weight of the engine just flop it down, all under control at every stage of the flight. Tom gained his PPL back in 1983, spent a bit of time in the army, flying about in some other different interesting military types, of course, but now through the last 4 decades, accumulating well over 7,000 hours, which is an awful lot of flying on small aircraft. Spent a bit of time parachute dropping and also flying the Islander as I did, but now performing the Starlings Heart. The light conditions and grey murk there, not exactly conducive to being able to see that shape, sadly, today. Inspired into flying by the late Pete Clark, introduced to aerobatics back in the early 90s, flying Pete's Slingsby Firefly, won his first contest that same year. So Michael just filling the gap there whilst Tom reformates. He's tipping in now, using that height to add to the speed to give him increased energy to perform the next series of scintillating maneuvers, going up, 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 twisting, turning, and now he'll tumble it off the top. Holding it there. Definitely run out of airspeed. Oh, yes, letting it literally tumble over, tail over engine. Tom went on to win the Tiger Trophy for his initial standard level entry at the 1994. Then flying as Lynn, he went on to win the 1995 UK Advanced Level Championships. Bought his own Cap 232, flew that for many years as well, and won the Icicle Trophy in the same year. Got third in the Nationals, but he's been the unlimited national champion 3 times. And you can see why. That's wonderfully dexterous stuff there. Looking out of control, but I can assure you it certainly isn't. Like that, just a little pause there, inverted, just hangs in his harness there momentarily. And it's the, as we'll see with the next stack as well, Richard Goodwin, it's the sheer speed and pace of going between positive and negative. Entering a controlled spin here. Putting round about 4 of those before coming out. And then that's not enough, is it? Hates going in a straight line. Just put in a few more flick rolls as well. You can see just Michael holding off there, out to depth, high in the sky. As soon as Tom's complete, he'll tip in, eyes on, smoke helping. And once again, you know, the Extra's been a popular aircraft, used hugely during the course of the Blades displays, of course, but going now to extremes with these fantastic additions to the airframe. They even put in a heater for Tom as well. As he departs off, a little bit of time inverted, diving in now at high speed. Here's Michael. He started flying at a very young age, getting his first aerobatic competition under his belt at just 14 years old. Became the youngest person ever to be awarded a CAA display authorization. That is quite an achievement, but at the age of 23, he then became the youngest ever British advanced national aerobatic champion. He's still one of the youngest unlimited level aerobatic pilots in Europe. These guys, when they go over this, have a whole box of tricks in their head, and judging by the wind and the conditions, cloud bases and everything else, and sliding it through the air as he spits and spurts a bit of smoke out, and then letting it control rapid rolls. Just what this NG is good at. Michael's performed all over the world as both a solo display pilot and part of a formation. Equally passionate about vintage flying as well. Having got a lot of his early flying under his belt in a Booker Youngman, but also loves to fly the Spitfire. When he's not flying, of course, other gliders or airliners, being an active commercial pilot on the Boeing 75s and 767 series of aircraft. If you think that's difficult, try eating an ice cream and commentating at the same time. Now, there's a challenge.
It's what I'll do.
For my wingman, who's about to take that on. Anyway, let's keep eyes on Michael here. Absolutely consummate aerobatic pilot. Just a real pleasure to watch him. So just coming to the end of his sequence now, Michael will, after a couple more rolls, I'm sure, just reposition and rejoin Tom at the left-hand side of the display line. Coming down to his base height, just 100 feet in straight and level along the display line. And a classic climbing, sliding maneuver. Oh, and just almost squaring off the top of that climb there with a boot of rudder whilst keeping the aircraft straight and level. Brilliant, brilliant stuff indeed. So he's going off now. Now you see another little unique maneuver. where Tom will call him in on the radio, and then whilst repositioning, Tom will go inverted and Michael will tuck his aircraft right up the tail of Tom's aircraft. Great thing to watch.
Rolling in 3, 2, 1.
And there he goes. And all this now, he'll hang in his straps while Malcolm tucks under the tail. He'll come in a little bit closer as we move along. Of course, tricky maneuver this. He doesn't want to disturb any of the airflow or gets the aircraft too close. Of course, that's quite a propeller to have close to your neighbour's tailplane, but doing incredibly well indeed.
1.
And there's Tom rolling out again. That is the Starlings complete, an absolutely superb example of Fair's close formation aerobatic work, and a real pleasure to watch that. I hope you enjoyed it very much. And I suggest you go and do a bit of that, Andy.
Well, yes, thank you very much. What I must do now is say a big thank you to everyone this weekend that has donated to the Air Festival Fund. So thank you very much indeed. You can contribute, of course, to the community and cultural activities across the BCP area by donating at this year's festival. At any of our programme selling sites, you can also make a voluntary donation of £2, £5 or £10. And that will help us make greater use of the outdoor spaces in the BCP area, as well as encouraging more people to be active and enjoy our cultural offering. And when it comes to beach safety as well, follow us on our socials. We've got a fantastic beach safety video from the RNLI, Mike Winter.
Mike Winter, yes.
It's
yes,
brilliant.
yes, you're right.
Have a watch of that and then send us some photos of you enjoying the beach today.
One of which, of course, just to reinforce, don't you light your barbecue until after 6 o'clock?
After 6 o'clock. Barbecue is not until after 6, unless you're using one of the fantastic
electric
barbecues. There you go.
Talk about my environmentally sound Andy. Here we go. Right, well, he's just vacating for a moment, no doubt to go and have his ice cream, but I'm delighted to say, by the engineering brainchild behind our next pilot, who is going to be Richard Goodwin. In, I think, very, very shortly, actually. We're keeping pace with the time schedule at the moment. And, of course, this is all about, well, controlled aerobatics, but in a rather exceptional aircraft. So you've heard of pit specials, probably. They were very famous in team formations in Britain in the 60s and 70s, and commencing now from the right-hand side in a very, very heavily modified pits is Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. Arriving in his trademark knife edge position, just barely 100 feet or so above the ocean itself, but still firmly and fully in control. But as he climbs here, you can hear a totally new sound if you've not seen this aircraft before. That's just not his normal engine that's fitted, but an additional couple of jet engines. And here to tell us all about that, we've got Colin. Hi, Colin. How are you doing today?
Very well, George, very well. I'm just going to listen to those jets.
Yeah, I mean, your fingers crossed, because I know you had a couple of problems there a few weeks ago.
Yes, we lost an engine, but we found it again. So.
Oh, well, that's lucky, isn't it? Yeah. And I gather it took a bit of a European trip to get back to you. Is that right?
Absolutely. It's a very complicated engine, but a very powerful jet engine we have bolted to the jet pits we see here today. It's back in full motion.
Now, this is no ordinary pit special, although designed back in the mid-40s by Curtis Pitch, totally to really dominate championship aerobatic competition work, which it did and did for many, many decades, and still continues to do so. But although made famous by some well-known pilots, here today we've got a pilot who has got a great aviation pedigree already. He was brought up with a father who was a Hunter display pilot. Here, hanging in his straps at the moment, using a bit of rudder to steer round a circle in the sky upside down. But that's just one of his many tricks amongst pintails, all sorts of tumbles, roulades, lomchuvacs, you know, always got, these guys carry the whole book of what we call arresty maneuvers in their heads, and just fit them in accordingly. But I think we're going to see a new maneuver today. We'll come back to that in just a moment. But right now, more about the performance, because this just isn't a normal pit special. Colin, tell us a bit more about it.
It's got the IO 540 engine on, but we then went to a tuned exhaust and cold air induction system. But with any pilot, with any motor racing driver, they just want more power. And the only way to create more power for this aircraft was to add 2 additional jet engines to the airframe.
Which is just well, is there another similar aircraft flying like this anywhere else in the world?
Over the last 4 years, we wanted to bring a unique aircraft to the audiences that are here today. You deserve to see something unique, you deserve to see something special, and we've created this unique and special aircraft for you today.
That is really, really special.
There is no other aircraft like this in the world.
That's just, I mean, it's just fantastic. We've got it here. Normally somebody in the States or out in the Far East has come up with these ideas, but I mean, this is just extraordinary. So we're talking years of research and trials flying?
Indeed, there is one other aircraft, the Jet Wacko in the States, but that's just got 1 jet engine and is quite a lot bigger. So no aircraft in the world can do these unlimited maneuvers with these 2 jet engines on the fuselage. No,
well, just fantastic. Now, give us the power rating. Start with the piston engine.
You get about 1,500 pounds of thrust from the propeller engine, the IO 540, and then we have an additional 350 pounds of thrust from both of the jets. So that's a total of about 1,800 pounds of thrust. The aircraft only weighs 1,600 pounds, so we have more thrust than we have weight, and therefore the aircraft can climb and continue to climb, and it can hover.
Yeah, and you're going to see lots of that, I hope, during the course of this demonstration as well. Meanwhile, we've got a guy flying it who's passionately committed to advancing both his own experience and that. And oh, look, we've got it already. It's in the hover. Just a little bit of drift there, but he's not hanging around on this one, letting the aircraft tumble back through its own smoke, all under control. But that roll rate really coming from the modified wing as well, yes?
Indeed, yes. Modified wing, modified rudder, modified elevators. There's not much left on that aircraft which hasn't been modified.
It certainly looks a much bigger wing than you'd normally see on the pits, that's for sure.
Similar size, but the ailerons are a much bigger percentage of the actual plan of the wing.
Right. So hence the additional roll rate. What does that feel like, the load on the stick, though? Does that increase the load?
It does, but we have what's known as spades. And spades, as you increase in speed, they decrease the loads on the ailerons. So actually, at any speed, it feels roughly the same.
Yeah, okay, that's really interesting. I hadn't actually quizzed Richard on that before, but it's certainly nice to know. Because one of the, the characteristics of a lot of aircraft is the faster you go, very often the loading can get very, very heavy. So here's back down at low level, just taking a bit of a break, but he'll soon snatch a bit of positive G. Literally, there it goes. And as I say, the body really needs to train hard. And I think you're probably the best to advise. He puts a lot of time in training himself as well, doesn't he?
And yeah, I just want to listen to the jets.
Yeah, okay. And that is absolutely rock steady hover. Amazing. Looks like a plane, flies like a Harrier. Fantastic. This time he lets the nose drop, uses that weight. He'll convert this now, this speed and downwards dive into extra energy for a next upward burst of aerobatics.
The aircraft will use about 60 litres of turbine fuel and about 40 litres of smoke oil. So the aircraft loses weight rapidly during the 10-minute display.
So enable him to hover longer and easier as the display goes on.
Indeed, the aircraft is a different animal from the beginning of the display to the end of the display.
Interesting. Now, being an animal there's a lot of cross-controlling going on here. He must have extra levers, extra tanks. Tell us about that. What's, in terms of the cockpit handling?
Well, we have 3 tanks inside the aircraft. We need the aviation fuel, the avgas for the propeller engine. We need the avter, the jet fuel for the jet engines. But we also need a smoke tank for the smoke oil that you can see the smoke coming out of the exhaust. So there's 3 different tanks on that aircraft and a lot of pipe work. In fact, if you looked inside that aircraft, it looks like a microbrewery.
Wow. Well, thank goodness he's not drinking as well, because this would send anybody completely giddy and unsteady for a considerably long time, if not quite ill as well. But as we say, we're talking about fitness, so the aircraft is outstanding. It's a case of getting a pilot strong enough and trained enough, because all your muscles, particularly the neck muscles as well, are straining around with these excesses of G. And he gets to an awful lot of excess maneuver between the positive and the negative.
Indeed, I don't think people understand that normal straps and harnesses aren't sufficient. Richard is actually ratchet strapped to the airframe with 2 big ratchet straps, and we bolt him into the aircraft and chuk, 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 chuk.
Wow.
And Richard is held so tightly to that aircraft that therefore he can remain in control while the aircraft is upside down and through all the vigorous maneuvers he goes through.
Terrific. So now he's a bit lighter than when he started. This is a chance now to increase that hover capability, which he's doing admirably in front of us. Not quite going gyroscopic just yet, but we'll no doubt get an opportunity to talk about that. An incredibly unnatural position for any fixed-wing aircraft to get in.
But
Wow.
indeed, as you mentioned, Richard just can't start this at the beginning of the season. Off-season, he has to do a lot of training. The G tolerances, they have to be built up over time.
Yeah, and of course that's because the light aircraft pilots, just like Tom Gazelle and Michael Picking before, they have no G mitigation equipment. They've only got their own bodies and their own stresses and strains to be able to cope with that.
Indeed, there's no G suit at all.
No.
So when they're feeling the G, they are feeling the G.
Unlike Turbo, who's got quite a comfortable cockpit and a lot of G mitigation assistance. Okay.
So this is, we are now going to try and create a Christmas tree in the sky for you, ladies and gentlemen. So Richard will now be climbing and spiraling and trying to go tighter and tighter and tighter until he becomes the star at the top of the Christmas tree. Not an easy maneuver to do, and on better days where the smoke can be seen more clearly, but he'll try and climb to the top, and when he comes to a halt at the top, he will then do a spiral spin down and create the trunk of the Christmas tree.
Oh, that's going to be exceptional. I noticed he's gone for star and not angel. I don't think no, I won't be rude. No. He is an angel of a person, actually, absolutely delightful. But he is a star on the air display circuit, that is for sure.
So there's the tree. He's going to come to a halt at the top. Not easy to do in these conditions. And then spiral down and create the trunk of the tree.
Yeah, actually the light isn't helping us either with white smoke. But there we go, we'll work on that. And, well, yes, a very long spin this, but of course totally under control. Well, that's an advanced Christmas present. I notice all the hotels are advertising their Christmas specials at the moment. It's really spooky, actually. Hardly got through the summer yet.
How many days, shopping days are there to Christmas?
I'm not going to go there. Let's keep focused on this exceptional display. Hanging in the straps there just for a moment before then going to knife edge once again. Pushing away occasionally from himself as well. Very, very unpleasant. And then putting a bit of positive G back on.
But now the aircraft is already a lot lighter. So the next hovering maneuvers, if he brings the aircraft to a complete halt, the actual rotation of the propeller acts against the fuselage, and with no airspeed over the wings, there is no way of stopping the wings rotating in the opposite direction to the propeller. This aircraft is not a helicopter, it has no tail rotor. You will see the aircraft go up, but it will rotate in the air.
And here as we're going right to left, using the fuselage to create a little bit of lift as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's a clever maneuver, isn't it? It's extraordinary. You wouldn't expect that to happen, but it really is, and it helps him to control the aircraft in this knife edge maneuver. There we go, jets. You can hear them come in straight away. A really distinctive sound. But keep your eyes peeled now. Let's just see. You see the drift certainly with the breeze that's blowing out. The breeze a bit stronger up where he is at the moment than down here on the beach.
He held it well then. There was no rotation.
Yeah, it's not as easy today. Yesterday there was virtually no wind at all, and it really was a complete stop in the air. Maybe we'll see him hang on to it once again. Let's see how this climb is fantastic. It just keeps going up.
The aircraft will climb indefinitely upwards.
I mean, that's just fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. I think you said 1,800 horsepower, 1,500 pound weight of aircraft. That is just fantastic. Well, he's knocking it off there. He must be utterly exhausted at the end of that, and we commend him hugely for what is an outstanding display. Really, really an impressive performer. I've got so much time for Richard Goodwin. He's entertained so many of us around the shows of the year. And Colin, well done to you too for sticking with it. He must be a very demanding master, I suspect.
He's a great gentleman, and we're very happy with what we've created. So as Richard departs, I shall also depart. Thank you, George.
No, Colin, great to see you again. You have best of luck for the rest of the season.
Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, you crack on and give our very best wishes to Richard.
Good day.
Super. Oh, exhausting. It's just exhausting watching it. It's a fantastic achievement, though. He's just so passionate. I've been up to the hangar a couple of times and seen him working there. Every spare moment of his day seems to be, got to get to the hangar, got to just tweak this other engine, got to tweak this bit on the airframe, got to do this, got to do... it's just terrific, isn't it? There we go. It's a real pleasure, though. And he goes all over Europe when he can as well. You know, he's terrific.
So while Colin had my seat,
Yes.
we were just, me and the guys were just having a chat as to whether we'd actually like to do that ourselves. And the general consensus was we'd all like to give it a go, but not after eating ice cream.
Ah, yes. Well, I don't think anything actually, even a cup of tea. Now, you've got to really work hard. It takes years to build it up. I mean, these guys right at the top of their tree, you know, unlimited aerobatic champions. And but the G as well. I mean, even if you're not doing aerobatics, just pulling a G in a fast jet, going around a tight turn as we've seen the jets do. But anyway, let's move on now, something completely different, of course, because we've got 4 Gazelles in formation out over the ocean. And it's a real pleasure to see these guys back in the air. Most of them ex-military, not just the Gazelles themselves, all ex-military, but also the pilots as well. The only civilian helicopter display team in the UK at the moment, and presenting now once again a 4 aircraft display, taking you back to the heydays of groups such as the Royal Navy Sharks and the Army Air Corps Blue Eagles. We hear them in the background just checking in as they run in. We'll check into the various maneuvers very shortly. But the helicopter is essentially designed by AeroSuperBatics in the south of France back in the late 1960s. There we are for the first break. They do a few pairs maneuvers and then reformate very shortly back into the foursome. It's a 5-seat aircraft, and I have to say the bench seat at the rear is a little bit snug. Otherwise, for the crew, 2 crew in the front, very comfortable, great visibility, and a really, really sporty machine this is as well. Used in all 3 services for pilot training, battlefield observation, light transport, reconnaissance, and in the case of the British Army in particular, was used as an air observation post, and that was the art of directing artillery fire onto enemy positions. Distinctive for whine coming from the Astor Zoo engine, almost music of its own. We're just listening. Now, the Gazelle was notably, as you'll see from the design here, the first helicopter to feature the distinctive ducted fan tail known as the fenestron. And French linguists amongst you will recognize that as being a derivative from the French word for window, which is fenêtre. Got a cruising speed of about 160 miles an hour with a maximum speed of 193. Still holds the record as the fastest single-engine helicopter manufactured to date. At the time I was involved in management for the Army headquarters in displays, we had a word with Brian May and we said we're looking for a bit of music for our helicopter display, and we both agreed, got his nod as well, and we settled on It's a Kind of Magic, which it is, and it was synonymous with the heyday of the Blue Eagles displays. So whilst we may be using the Army Air Corps Blue Eagles music, of course the entire fleet representing the military Westland Gazelle helicopters from the Army Air Corps, the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force and the Royal Marines. We're used to seeing them as two aircraft flying displays, but delighted now to see them back in a four-ship. Gazelle made its maiden flight back in April 1967. It was in service with the British Army right up until last year, before being disbanded. It was in production for 24 years. And apart from something like the the Chipmunk, I guess the Tutor to a certain extent, the Gazelle is one of the few aircraft to serve with all three arms of the British Armed Forces. Almost 1,800 of these were built until production ended in 1996 and used in 23 countries. All the pilots that flown this all love it, love to get back in it. It's very powerful and responsive with no great vices to speak of. Considered to be a true pilot's aircraft, often christened the Ferrari of the skies, or perhaps less kindly, also frequently referred to as the screaming chicken leg. I mentioned the music of the high-pitched Astor Zoo engine. The distinctive whine is caused by the compressor intake system at the front of the engine. Leading the team today is Tim Gray. He's ex-Royal Marines pilot, travelled the world on all sorts of operations and deployments, and got a bit tired of being wet and cold, and that's how he ended up being a pilot. Having completed the course back in 1994, he then went to 3 Commando Brigade on operations around the globe. Number 4 breaking off here in the hands of Andy Asher. More about Andy Asher, I should say, back with him in a moment. And you'll see all the distinctive aircraft. Tim flying the blue aircraft. Number 2 to him, Andy Froxley, with the red and white Royal Air Force aircraft. And Merrick Forsyth in the white and grey VIP coloured Gazelle. 2000, Tim was selected to fly with the Blue Eagles, and we were all chatting together last night, and I was saying at times we just need a bit of music here, and he said, yeah, well, let's go. We all knew each other years ago. Let's go right back to where we started, and thanks to Brian May once again. Both Tim and Andy Usher were involved with operations on the Alfour Peninsula in March 2003, the largest amphibious operation in recent times. Tim himself qualified as a QFI and spent a number of years teaching elementary flying to military students as well from all 3 services. Flown a number of other aircraft as well out of Bryce Norton. He's probably the only pilot in UK to be current on both the largest and the smallest aircraft in the military aircraft stable. You can see from their manoeuvring and positioning, it's good both in independent solo agility work, but also in formation as well. Andy Foxley, an ex-Army Air Corps helicopter pilot as well, been with the Gazelle display team since it was started in 2014. Started his flying career back in '81 with a scholarship and passed the Army flying course in '91. Serving 2 tours in Germany, both in the Gazelle and also on the anti-tank role Lynx Mark 7. Joined BMI, but as a result of that, then moved to British Airways in 2012, continuing to fly the A320 series on short-haul flights around Europe. But also flies the Airbus 318 as well, from London City to JFK. Merrick Forsyth in the white and grey VIP, as I mentioned, and Andy also behind him, 27 years in the Royal Marines before becoming a commercial helicopter in the VIP and corporate sector. Plenty of operational work there as a Sea King search and rescue commander, QHI, and also working with the Special Forces operation in Afghanistan as the Aviation Mission Commander. Tuck in coming towards the tail part of their display now, back in diamond formation. In fact, they've reconfigured. I saw them come around the corner in classic formation now for final series of maneuvers. Going into line astern to prepare for one more turn for their final tactical break. And you hear that familiar blade snap as well. I know they, on the Chinook squadrons, reckon that they own that trademark, but of course you get it on a number ones. These are very flexible blades. One of the reasons they're not fully aerobatic, although they can replicate a loop well known as the Elphinstone loop. But it was the one bit missing from this four-ship would be, in the Army Air Corps terms, the great battlefield Lynx Mark 7, of course, which was aerobatic. But that now hugely expensive. Back on the civilian market, there are two flying. We just don't get to see them too often just yet. Ready for their final crossover. And here, just basically a sharp maneuver to Steve said, not dissimilar to the sort of maneuver you'd form as a bit of a quick stop if you needed to, but a good reversal of direction maneuver. I'd like to put out a shout out as well. They wouldn't be here today without the support of their ownership, embraced under Falcon Aviation. And a really good tribute to that organization for keeping these in immaculate condition, as you can see here today, and getting them around the country as well so that we can all enjoy it. Takes a little while to muster, of course, helicopters. Stand by with the cameras now. And there we go. Absolutely superb stuff. They're just going for their turns. And that is them complete. Departing now off to the left-hand side. If you need a buy down there and you get an eye full of them down near Boscombe, do give them a wave, won't you? But you can see more about their activities. You can follow them on Twitter, Insta, and Facebook. And they just wish everybody a great afternoon. And of course, we hope to see them back here as well in the not too distant future.
And that Fenestron tail, unique, of course, and it's been used on so many other helicopters from Aerospatiale.
Well, it's become very much a French with the Airbus, of course. Took over the design from Aerospatiale, and yes, on the modern helicopters now, both in private and military service, uprated engines, and yeah, it's proved a very, very successful design and much safer, of course. You know, than the early helicopters. You look at something like the Bell 47, which I just think is still the most delightful helicopter.
Yeah,
it's what all the kids draw. It's what we remember. Well, you won't remember, you know, things like Whirlybirds and MASH and stuff like that. But I think people still watch MASH and they just see those incredible machines. Very slow, can't protect them. Great big bubble canopy. It's like sitting in a greenhouse. But it did have that open tail rotor.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Scout had the same as well, and the Wasp. Oh boy, we're really whipping through this, aren't we?
It's a fantastic afternoon. Remember, if you're with your children, family, lots of entertainment around on the beach and on the East Overcliff. Remember, of course, the STEM Village. If you're a budding engineer, you're just getting interested in how things work, do visit the STEM Village. On the beach at the bottom of the East Cliff Zigzag, there's loads of games, interactive displays on everything from virtual reality to lifeboats saving lives at sea, and of course zero carbon technology. There are some of the region and indeed our nation's top companies there with their experts, their apprentices, their graduates and their technical experts. So it's inspiring for the youngsters. Get yourself down there, the STEM Village on the East Undercliff, and have some fun there. But not right now. Now you need to prepare yourself for what's going to be happening next in our skies.
Yeah, a bit of a cue there in the background. It's prepared for a bit of noise because we're heading now to the sharp end of the Royal Air Force front line. Yes, the aircraft that's protecting our shores and skies 24 hours a day on what we call quick reaction alert. It is the incredibly capable and mightily fast aircraft capable of Mach 2, but also you'll see it flying as slow as 120 knots as well, in the hands of David Turnbull. Coming in now, fast and low, just a little under 600 miles an hour. Please welcome Turbo in the Typhoon. Aircraft with outstanding performance indeed, thanks mainly to those massive 2 Eurojet EJ200 reheated turbofans, giving you a maximum thrust, 20,000 pounds each, total of 40,000 pounds. Demonstration of real carefree handling here. That is because you literally can fly it around as comfortably as you wish. You can't hear that noise in the cockpit. It's very comfy in actual fact up the front end, but a massive amount of digital assistance on board as well, and loads of information coming in through various displays, including one on the helmet as well. Oh, just nipping into a bit of upper cloud there. That's no great danger to Turbo, well used to that. And what is exceptional for those of you that were watching the Viggen and the Draken yesterday, comparing the Gen 2 and Gen 3 jet aircraft of the Cold War, didn't have the design capabilities or the technology to be able to bend it around quite as tightly as we're seeing here today. Take a look at the underside of the wing as well, and you'll just see the massive hard points there. There are huge numbers of them, sporting a vast array of equipment capability. A capability featuring ASRAM, AMRAM, Storm Shadow, Brimstone, Paveway, laser-guided 500-pound bombs, GPS bombs, and of course 27mm Mauser cannon as well. David got hooked, having been shown around a Tornado many years ago at Marham by another relative in his family. Though he got his first flight at 17 in a Tiger Moth and really hasn't stopped since, despite playing a bit of football in his spare time. He's also very apt at flying around at 9G or -3. Of course, his day job on the Operational Conversion Unit 29 Squadron at Royal Air Force Coningsby. Been involved though in other operational deployments, including Op Shader in Iraq and Syria, and Safe Syria and Bersama Lima in Oman and Malaysia, as well as other deployments to Mount Pleasant down in the Falkland Islands. Turbo first soloed on the Typhoon back in 2018. Before going off on those deployments. And now spends his time, of course, Monday to Friday, preparing pilots to operate the aircraft in its full swing row capability. But as I mentioned, you track back, this is an aircraft capable of flying at twice the speed of sound, 1,500 miles an hour. And here it is in the most extraordinary slow speed configuration, what we call a high alpha. But once again, a little bit of digital assistance there, aided by those twitching canard at the front end, keeping it perfectly in control. Just making sure that the airflow remains over the wing to keep it airborne before Turbo decides it's had enough of that and then kicks in those afterburners. Like so many other frontline jets, though, comes back with a huge tail behind it, and we must give a nod to all the crews that also travel around the country with the Typhoon display, keeping it on the road. Very much an engineer-friendly design, making it readily serviceable and easily loadable with munitions as well, giving it expedient turnarounds and ensuring very rapid mission-capable readiness. Example of that being getting Moggy ready for this display. Yesterday, it was great to see it back on the line. Sporting its D-Day anniversary colours, commemorating the Typhoon pilots of 1944. Pulling 9G all around this turn at a max rate. Really small circle for such a large, powerful machine. Of course, we were talking about G mitigation measures earlier on in the show, and that most light aircraft pilots just simply have to grin and bear it, or certainly squeeze and groan it is probably more like it. Here on board, though, of course, Turbo has a whole range of measures from his chest downwards. All that required, of course, not just to fly it, but also to fight it. Absolutely essential if you're going to control it. Oh, and isn't that just wonderful? Really demonstrating. I keep using this term carefree, but that's what it is. They all say it's just such a comfortable, easy aircraft to fly. But that is thanks to both the outstanding design characteristics and, of course, that all-important digital software on board as well. Just won't allow the pilot to put it in an uncomfortable or dangerous position. Going inverted now, just hanging in his straps. Now, here we go. Max rate climb, full whack, heading skyward, into the skies, into the cloud. Departing, but I'm delighted to say not for the last time, because we're getting the chance to see, as it gets a little bit darker this evening, around about 7:40. I hope you'll stay to watch that all over again and really get the thrill of looking up the tailpipe of 40,000 pounds reheated thrust. Phenomenal machine.
Very good, isn't it? A cruise speed of nearly 1,400 miles an hour. So from RAS Lossiemouth down to Bournemouth, George, it'd take 30 minutes or 12 hours in the car or 15 hours on a train. Which way would you like to do?
Well, there's no choice, really, is there?
Not at all.
I mean, the state of our national infrastructure, at least there's no potholes in the sky, thank goodness.
This is true.
Well, from the sublime to back to the genteel and relatively modest, but absolutely historic contribution, not just from Rolls-Royce, but from the aircraft designers of Supermarine as well, coming our way very, very shortly. And that'll be followed by the conclusion to the third phase today, with the magnificent return of the B-17 Flying Fortress, Sally B, coming all the way across from Duxford today, which is just wonderful, wonderful news. But don't go away after that. We'll be taking a break of just about a couple of hours so you can enjoy the rest of the show, all the attractions that are up and down the beach as well, up here as well on the East Overcliff as well. Restaurants and all the traders available for you to enjoy before we prepare for our third night air. It's absolutely been the most magnificent couple of days, but keep your eyes out to the right-hand side now and welcome, please, the Merlin formation from Rolls-Royce. And yes, you're probably wondering, some of you, where is the P-51D Mustang? Well, very sadly, that's gone tech and not available. So Steg Williams, Alistair, who is the manager of the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, very kindly, and now that he's flying at Biggin Hill, managed to get an arrangement with Peter Monk at the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar. And our grateful thanks to Peter for loaning us the Mark 9 Spitfire that's flying along with the Rolls-Royce Mark 19 here today. Rolls-Royce avidly committed not just to commemorating their history and that of the Merlin engine, but of course the entire heritage of the aircraft in which their engines flew, including that of the Mark 19 and the Griffon. To inspire, educate and promote aviation heritage through the operation and demonstration of rare and historically accurate aircraft, engines and artifacts. Whilst this is such a pleasure to see in the air, down on the beach there's an entire STEM village, and that is supported again by Rolls-Royce's own STEM feature and exhibit as well, describing the pathway to modern technology and sustainability through STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics, but also the media visits and promotional activity, of course, they're doing here today, and underpinning all that as well, telling the story of and commemorating those who fought for their country. Flying the Mark 19 today, Graham Pemberton, familiar figure in the warbird community, led by Alistair Stake-Williams. I was chatting to Graham last night, and he said he's just going to stretch out this tail chase section of their display just so that you can appreciate the differences between the Merlin and the Griffon engine. For my money, the Griffon always has a distinctive growl to it. Of course, it's a full 2,000 horsepower engine as well. It's quite remarkable. The Spitfire development across the course of just 6 years of the Second World War was really quite extraordinary, ending up with twice the power of the original Mark I. That's just the most fantastic sight. It's just truly wonderful. Really, really high arcing turns there. Both, they will come forward very shortly and into a break, and then we'll see the Mark 19 displaying first, and then Graham will depart in that and leave us open to enjoy the Mark 9. Both very, very special aircraft. And it's just terrific that organisations such as Rolls-Royce commit themselves to preserving this heritage and history. Your eyes peeled now as they run in. We'll listen out for the call of the break of this pair. There, what a mix of sounds that is. Well, Alistair will just go and hold off for a moment, leaving us to enjoy a very, very important, beautifully conditioned and, of course, exquisitely flown by Graham.
Yes, this beautiful Spitfire Mark 19 PS-853, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of just a batch of 79 built at Supermarine in Southampton. As George said, powered by that 2,000 horsepower Griffon engine, representing the pinnacle of Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability. A top speed of 446 miles an hour and a ceiling of 42,000 feet. Delivered to the RAF on the 13th of January 1945, before moving to Belgium and Holland. PS-853 was engaged in active service with 16 Squadron up until the end of the war. During that time, she participated in Operation Crossbow, which was to detect the V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. He remained in duty in Germany until 1946 and then returned to the UK and placed in storage. And then, along with some sister Mark 19s, was retired into ceremonial and display duties. Performed the RAF's historic Army flight, historic aircraft flight. I do apologise, the forerunner of today's Battle of Britain Memorial flight. 1996, Rolls-Royce bought the PS853 to replace their original Rolls-Royce Spitfire, which had been destroyed in a crash in 1992. The Rolls-Royce Spitfire, as PS853 is now popularly known, has become the most widely recognised Spitfire as an ambassador for Rolls-Royce, appearing at air displays and charity events, as well as Rolls-Royce's own corporate functions. Amazingly, in 2010, 65 years after its first delivery to the RAF, with over 2,300 flying hours accumulated, it was the first time she was taken out of service for a major overhaul. The aircraft fully restored to an as-new condition and now flying in the exact colour scheme worn on delivery to the frontline squadron service in Europe in early 1945. The Rolls-Royce Spitfire Mark 19, now based in a dedicated hangar at the East Midlands Airport near Derby, and proudly displayed between April and October every single year.
Mesmerizing pleasure, and I'm so pleased we're actually going to see this aircraft yet again for one more time.
In a dusk display.
Graham Pemberton now bringing it round for its final pass with great fortune. At around about 7:30 you can come back and see this. It's just such a pleasure. What a privilege it has been having so many warbirds at the Bournemouth Air Festival. So give him a big wave, working hard. All these guys giving up their weekends as well to give us such joy and enjoyment. And you just hear the handover coming behind me on the radio, as well as Graham departs off to the left-hand side, leaving the sky clear and the theatre in front of us. The penultimate aircraft of this afternoon shift on the air display programme. Alistair Stegg-Williams, himself an ex-Army Air Corps pilot. He was also a display pilot with the Army Air Corps Blue Eagles for 2 seasons as well. And spent a bit of time in commercial work. Flew the Rolls-Royce Gulfstream for many years and now got him absolutely the ideal job managing the heritage flight for Rolls-Royce. But this particular aircraft unique in many ways because it doesn't actually belong to Rolls-Royce, but still telling that same story. This particular Mark 9, born in 1944, built at the Supermarine works at Castle Bromwich in the West Midlands. Its career, first of all, went off to 39 Maintenance Unit in December of that year. Wearing the code letters Hotel Foxtrot, it joined 183, the Gold Coast Squadron at Chilbolton. That's just between Andover and Winchester. In June 1945, commanded at the time by Squadron Leader Cullen, DFC, the squadron converted from the Typhoon 1B to the Spitfire Mark 9. All the pilots and their kit was all flown to Chilbolton by Dakota, where they joined in with Fighter Command Group number 11, converting to the Mark 9s, with 4 new aircraft being ferried in by the famous group of ladies in the 80A. This aircraft has spent many years and periods in restoration work. Having been in storage in Sussex for many years, it was initially overhauled and refurbished by airframe assemblies in Sandown. Remained dormant for many years before going back into flying work in 1996. Also in the hands of Steve Atkins, a well-known store and supporter of vintage aircraft back in the mid-90s. Had a post another restoration in 234 Squadron colour schemes back in 2005 at Duxford, but has been based with the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar at Biggin Hill Aerodrome in Kent. Of course, a famous fighter base as well. Been there since 2011 in the hands of Peter Monk, and our grateful thanks once again to Peter Monk and his team for loaning us the Mark 9 for the course of this weekend. Spitfire stealing the show in many respects. It was a fearsome machine, but the Hurricane, of course, bore the first impact of the Battle of Britain, scoring twice as many kills in the early days. The overcourse with over 20,000 of them, a remarkable achievement. And great in UK now to see so many Spitfires, as Alistair Stegg here giving you a final topside pass to depart the stage, and he'll be taking that back to Biggin Hill, leaving the Mark 19 to fly with us here this evening. And you notice all the pilots very gentle handling as well throughout the course of all the warbird flights, and that, of course, is because they're incredibly valuable machines, and we all want to keep them going for as many years as possible. Well, just one more to go, and of course it's a very special treat for us as well. And I don't know to speak too loudly, but we see a little chink in the sky up there with a bit of brightness.
It's a glimmer.
Well, let's just hope that it gets a little bit bigger, because it'd be great to have the bit of sunlight on the aircraft this evening. I thought Alistair was departing off that one, but decided got a bit more time here, which is fantastic. I have little doubt that once again, there's a very, very big smile in that cockpit. And it truly does not just commemorate, but it does everything that Rolls-Royce is trying to achieve here. Not just in commemoration, but also inspiration. And I know it was one of the many things that inspired me to go into military aviation. It was the sheer history and courage of all those who went before us and did such a great job. And that spirit's still alive today. And now I just hear him confirming that this will be his last pass. So a great opportunity. If you get the chance, he'll undoubtedly throw in another victory roll on his way from right to left here, but do give him a wave off as well. Just a terrific contribution. The 3 days of excellent flying, great entertainment here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. Alistair Stegg-Williams, the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, demonstrated, albeit flown in an aircraft from the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar. Our grateful thanks to them both. So you just hear the chat there as we clear off frequency, and we just go offline for a minute just to check that all is well for our next candidate. The last performer, but by no least, it is one of the greatest contributions to historic aviation and commemoration that this country has. Just a minute or so to go for Sally B. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look out to your right-hand side now as we see one of the most important and precious aircraft in the flying inventory of warbirds here in the United Kingdom. One of the most remarkable stories that we see here today, an astonishing 49th season of Sally B, the only airworthy Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress in Europe, embarking on yet another air display season. A feat which has been described by many as impossible. This much-loved flying memorial will once again be able to fulfill her main mission, which is paying tribute to the Allied airmen who made the ultimate sacrifice in World War II. Keeping a B-17 flying for 48 years without any official help is an outstanding achievement, and we congratulate the aircraft operator, Ellie Sallingboe, whose dedication and sheer determination has kept this unique four-engine vintage aircraft flying for almost 5 decades. This, of course, incredible milestone would not have been reached without the help and support of a dedicated team of volunteers, aided by the aircraft's many thousands of loyal members. It does, of course, vast amounts of money required to do this. To keep this in the air for so longer, it's absolutely staggering. Where you can, please make a donation to the Sally B Appeal via the aircraft's charity at sallyb.org.uk.
The B-17, legendary for its tough airframe, easily able to carry on flying despite extensive damage. Powered by 4 1,200 horsepower Wright Cyclone turbo supercharged radial engines, creating that 4,800 horsepower groan across Poole Bay tonight. Top speed of 287 miles an hour and a range of 2,000 miles. B-17 weighing 25 tons with a normal bomb load of 8,000 pounds. As she comes back round again, look closely, you'll see there are 8 gun positions with a total of 13 M2 Browning machine guns covering absolutely every angle.
Yes, effectively, we're looking at a 287-mile-an-hour, 25-ton war memorial. Sally is the United States Army Air Force 8th Air Force Memorial Flight. Most important flight every year is the flypast over the Mattingly Military Cemetery. Above all, she flies in honor and remembrance of all Allied airmen who made the ultimate sacrifice in World War II. Work never stops, however, and help is always needed to continue to allow this critical piece of living history to continue to inspire hundreds of thousands each year, including new generations, all of whom will witness one of the most evocative and moving reminders of the sacrifice Allied airmen made in the Second World War.
This particular B-17, built in Burbank, California, just behind the Hollywood sign above Los Angeles, delivered to the United States Air Force in June 1945. Initially used as a training aircraft, and then served as a mapping aircraft in France.
Been a bit of a film star as well in We'll Meet Again, filmed in 1981. Sally B remains in regular demand for filming, not least as there is no other flying B-17 in Europe. And most famously, of course, we mentioned the relationship today with the Memphis Belle and Sally B's stage name, the undisputed star of the David Putnam epic, and today still carries the nose art of Memphis Belle on her starboard nose. In the hands today of Peter Kuipers, an absolute expert with this aircraft, has a long association with it. But we must also mention Ted White, an extraordinary, talented aviator who brought this aircraft to UK in 1975, putting it onto the G-registered service along with his partner Sally B to serve as this memorial. Named Sally B by Ted on behalf of his partner Ellie Sallingbow. The single yellow and black nose cowl honors Ted. Work began when very generously the Imperial War Museum granted Ellie a £20,000 grant, establishing the B-17 Charitable Trust. Keep this going for future generations. Despite many, many setbacks in 2008 and 2009, it continues to flow. One of the largest support organizations in the world. We ask you to support where you can by just going to the sallyb.org.uk website. Now as the aircraft positions, I think for the final pass, the smoke will come on from one of her four engines on one side, dedicated to all the members, sponsors, and the team who keep her flying. We support and salute them, and Ellie in particular, for keeping this very, very important aircraft in the sky. Sally B. And what a fitting tribute that is to end phase 2 of this afternoon's flying. It is an extraordinary machine, extraordinary that it's still flying and going so well. And that is a big, big aircraft. A Spitfire is enough of a challenge, but a large four-engined bomber like that, and you know, really, really tricky. So absolutely delighted, and magnificent content. I hope you've all enjoyed it this afternoon. It's been a real blessing. Very, very unusual to get so many really precious warbirds in the course of one afternoon's flying, particularly here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. Fantastic stuff indeed. And we hope very much you will join us later on. Of course, we're going to take a break now right through till about 7:25 when we'll be back on to lead you through this evening's night air. But again, make the most of what is available. Again, just a very quick recap of that, because not just the traders and the exhibits all along the beach, but a bit of action as well around the town.
Absolutely. Of course, you have all the traders on the East Cliff. You have all the traders and food halls down on the beach as well. But down in the lower gardens, taking place right now, we have lots of local acts on stage on the bandstand there, some live music. At 6:20, we have the Royal Marines and their unarmed combat, which you can go along and have a look at. And then at 6:45, it's Beat Retreat. Something which, of course, is a fantastic way to just seal the atmosphere here at the Bournemouth Air Festival as we get ready for our night air display.
Yep, we've got the Solo Mark 19. Turbo is going to be back with the Typhoon. We've got the Firebirds, but this time with their neon lights and fireworks on it. Special extra input. Brendan O'Brien will be flying this flight show tonight. And also, I've just heard that the Red Devils are keeping all their options open and still hopeful of flying this evening as well. So lots to look forward to. We'll take another break now and leave you in the safe hands for the next hour or so with Hot Radio. Thank you very much indeed, Hot Air. Plugging the gap as usual and enjoying every minute. Here we go. Yeah, well, as we say, it's never over till it's over, and we thank you all for coming back on this rather chilly evening and very strange lights, but we got a bit of extra dark, which will be great for those pilots with a few fireworks on board, and certainly will show up the neon lights as well. Well, this is very strange. 3 days and third night air, and it's been an absolute wow, but we'll reflect on that perhaps towards the end. But tonight, absolutely scintillating lineup.
A very good lineup this evening, George, of course, sponsored by the fantastic Air Festival patrons. Thank you, because every single year you keep the night air. First for the Bournemouth Air Festival going, and it's fantastic to see these wonderful aircraft coming and display over Poole Bay in these, as you say, cloudy but dusk conditions, which is really, really good. So tonight we have the Spitfire Mark 19 coming back in. We have, of course, the roar of the Typhoon FGR4. The Firebirds are back. If you caught those during the day, this evening's display is going to be significantly different because neon on the aircraft and fireworks. And then, of course, Brendan and his Otto helicopter with, and George, am I right here? It's over 1,000 fireworks attached to the helicopter,
well,
I think.
Not 1,000 fireworks. It's actually about 1,500 ignitions.
Oh.
So, and I'm not quite sure of the technicality. He sits for hours and hours, literally packing explosives into little containers. And of course, they're all wired up. Very clever stuff. What is so extraordinary, as we noticed extensively last night, was the fireworks that go in front of the helicopter.
Yes.
And you completely lose touch of where the helicopter actually is. And this mass, this rolling mass of fireworks moving across the sky. No, he's a real inspiration in many ways.
And then we finish with, of course, the Red Devils, who couldn't display for us earlier today because of the wind conditions. But so far, as we stand at the moment, the Red Devils, we are hoping to have in to round out tonight. And that in the night sky is going to be absolutely amazing. Sponsored by the Marriott.
So. Can't guarantee that, but yeah, it'll be a late call, I think, on the wind. It's not too bad at all. It feels fairly benign around here at the moment, but we shall see. But it's this duskiness, which I think is going to be really quite eerie this evening. Well, just a couple of minutes to go. We'll have a quick burst just to wake you up. Yes, a little bit of nostalgia just to ease us into the rest of this evening. And the great thing is I just hear the airwaves breaking into activity, which is just terrific. With the first of our wonderful aircraft this evening checking in. We're, of course, resetting the atmospherics and safety considerations all around the park, checking out on the ocean. Not surprised that most of those mariners have gone back in. What a bunch of softies, eh? And nonetheless, just terrific to see so many of you wrapped up down there on the beach and up here on the east Overcliff as well. Just about a minute to go. Now, just a reminder, if you're dashing off afterwards, please go carefully and slowly. It will be getting dark, of course. Make sure you look after all the children and pets and anybody else you have with you, perhaps the elderly as well, and those less able than all of us. Bear that in mind, because it will be tricky. Make sure you take and follow all the directions from the various stewards and police around. And look now over to your right-hand side, coming in. Once again, the fantastic sight and sound of the marvellous Mark 19 Spitfire brought to us by the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight. And I don't think any air display is complete without having a solo Spitfire in the sky to conclude what has been an outstanding few days here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. It's traditional to set most aspects to music, so we tend not to do a great deal of talking, to let you enjoy the sight and sound. Although I have to say, in this case, with its maritime high-level colours on, it's not going to be the easiest to pick out some of the aircraft here this evening which don't have fireworks on them. This one, of course, employed to do a lot of high-level work. But let's admire grace, the sheer elan and history and heritage of this marvellous design. Started way back in the mid-30s and still with us today.
So, displaying for you tonight the Rolls-Royce Spitfire, a Mark 19, unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of just 79 Mark 19s built at Supermarine in Southampton. Powered, of course, by the 2,000 horsepower Griffon engine, representing the pinnacle of Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability. Top speed of 446 miles an hour and a ceiling of 42,000 feet.
in the very capable hands tonight of Graham Pemberton, one of the test and evaluation pilots with Rolls-Royce, and a keen warbird pilot himself. And our grateful thanks to Rolls-Royce for keeping this aircraft not just in the sky, but also providing it this weekend to help inspire future generations of pilots and engineers. I know the STEM provision this year has been absolutely outstanding, and one of the most popular features down on the beach there, aided and abetted, supported by Rolls-Royce, and of course uniquely in a location where we have such a long-standing connection with the name of Charles Royce, going right back to that very first air display along the beach here in Southbourne in 1910. And there, as he departs off to the west, Graham bids farewell, having done a really superb job, and it's mesmerizing always. I think you just get totally absorbed by the sight, sound, and particularly with the Griffon, it's got that very distinctive growl to it, and marvelous aircraft to have at any display. Well, it's all going to get rather noisy in the next couple of minutes, I think in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. So do keep your hats and ears ready for that explosion of power. But in this dusky atmosphere, it's just going to be even more impressive to be looking up the tailpipe of that incredible machine, the Typhoon, coming to us in just a few minutes. Yes, we know we've seen it, heard it many times. Turbo was just beating up the atmosphere here just a couple of hours ago, but it'll all be very different atmosphere flying in these conditions. He's got a lot of help on board as well. It may look a bit misty and murky, but it's nothing compared to what conditions these guys might have to fight these aircraft in. Fully packed with those two EJ200 turbine reheated engines, packing 40,000 pounds of thrust.
Got him. Oh, camera. There it is.
Stand by now as he runs in, and I can see the anti-collision light just appearing above the bushes in front of me here. Please welcome once again David Turnbull. Turbo is known to his chums in the mighty Royal Air Force Typhoon. Well, we promised something special, and it certainly was when Turbo arrived there. Reheats lighting up the sky. Absolutely fabulous stuff. And what a great display this is. Packed with enormous capability and operability. Once again, inspiring our future generation, if they're hopefully here with us this evening, just saying, looking at that and saying, that's what I want to do. And it all suddenly goes very quiet for a moment. Very, very spooky and ethereal this is, to have such a huge amount of metal and power creeping along towards you at barely 120 miles an hour. Stealth at his best, but hey, let's just wait till he kicks in those burners yet again. We are holding our breath, literally, just wondering whether he's going to reappear or whether that was it. It was quite magnificent, and yes, there we are. There, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this weekend, straight to the heavens, Turbo in the Typhoon, giving us a massive eyeful of flame. Absolutely outstanding display. Thank you so much for being with us this weekend. Absolutely magnificent. Well, it's not all over yet either. We've got 3 more acts to go coming up very shortly. A lovely twinkly display from our friends, the Firebirds.
Don't forget tonight at 10 o'clock, the Saturday evening fireworks, of course. And to help you get there once the night air has finished, remember we have lots of food and refreshment across the site. Check out the Air Festival app and it'll tell you where you need to go.
I just thought we'd calm down for a moment.
This is quite smooth, George. It's what I expect of you.
Yeah, we're just missing the moonlight.
We are.
So in the background, we're just checking in the next aircraft now. Turbo's well clear of the display area, as you just saw. And Nigel Reed and John Dodds setting up, coming in from the left-hand side. 2 parts to this. First part's just graceful maneuvers in the sky, carving their various shapes as they did earlier on this afternoon, but with ever-changing colours on their neon lights on the same side of the fuselage. And then the second part, so they'll ignite their firework display. And we'll need your audience participation once again tonight. They just love taking the photographs. Nigel will put his in-cockpit camera on, but he'll be looking at you, not himself. So we've got them in sight now in the murky gloom out to your left-hand side. And you'll love this. It's very gentle, very easy on the eye, but still equally mesmerizing as so many others, but very, very smoothly flown at the same time. The Firebirds. Just by way of recap, these are of course Saab V4s, excellent little manoeuvrable, but also good cruising aircraft, kit built. This sort of thing you can build yourself if you had patience, time, tenacity and whatever, but lovely aircraft, but also very good aerobatically as well, as you will see right now with the addition of the lights and the fireworks.
ricochet. I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. So when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be something that becomes a thing. Maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when
So looking like a pair of space invaders. Ignition ready. Coming into phase 2 now, the start of the pyrotechnic display.
Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. Oh yeah.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the
Such a gentle, graceful set of maneuvers. Real pleasure to watch these guys performing. About to go into the second sequence of their pyrotechnic antics. And then we'll be asking for your support. Get your phones ready. It's the end of this display. And a pause now for a moment to reflect all those we love and care for as the Firebirds form their own particular hearts. And our best wishes to all the families out there that have supported all the pilots, volunteers and everybody else, even the traders and the activities that have been provided. A huge number of people putting in a lot of love for this fabulous event, the Bournemouth Air Festival, in its 16th year. And our grateful thanks also to all the team at BCP Tourism.
Put your torches on, put your lights on.
And that is the message from Nigel Reed before the conclusion of this display. Let's see if we can improve. We've got a couple of pictures already up on all the socials. It looked absolutely terrific for the last couple of nights. Let's see if we can do it again. Get the torches on from the left to the right as the Firebirds come down the beach. Just illuminate the sky, light up Bournemouth seafront. These guys will capture it. in the cockpit on their own in-cockpit cameras. Yes, and what a couple of really good days these two guys have been putting in. 2 air displays a day, and a tremendous pair, thoroughly enjoying it as well. We wish them their very best and hope they too get home safely tonight. Really good effort. Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, John, for tremendous displays. Well, if that wasn't good enough, we're going to beat that with a phenomenal explosion in the skies now, because we have an extraordinary gentleman who lists himself over the left-hand side there. You see the light arriving. Pilots of the Purple Twilight. Yes, it's Brendan O'Brien, the man who lives and breathes the flying circus. An extraordinary chap, runs on trucks with Piper Cubs and does all sorts. An amazing array of qualifications and experience. More than 40 years, over 13,000 hours, 300 different types of aircraft, and a license to fly every kind of flying machine. He is an extraordinary character, totally dedicated to expanding the entertainment profile. He is a showman par excellence, commentator as well, and the most amusing and interesting guy to work with. He's into all sorts of things. His ancestry goes back to Ireland, and that goes further back to the 17th century Huguenot. He brings a colour to everything and everywhere he goes. With this little Schweitzer helicopter, he's armed it with an extraordinary amount of equipment, literally thousands of fireworks to be ignited, and we will see what happens next. Stand by. It's Otto, and Otto has a character all of its own. Well, thank you, Brendan. Yes, we truly did enjoy your company in that spectacular display. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope very much to see you around these shores in the years to come. Well, you can hear the radio cackling around because that means we come, very sadly, to the final item of this magnificent festival. 16 years, 3 days of absolutely outstanding flying displays, friendship, activity, an awful lot of entertainment, and a great reunion was had by many. And we leave it now to the British Army's Parachute Regiment to conclude what has been 3 outstanding days, and they're just doing their final checks now. And it's a great opportunity. If you missed it the last night, then you'll see quite a cross-section of different lighting. And it's time now to hand over to Private Ollie Hobbs.
Good afternoon and welcome to this evening's display, brought to you by the British Army's parachute display team, the Red Devils. As I was introduced there, my name is Private Hobbs, and my job this evening will be talking to you about the display as it's unfolding in front of you. As you can see in the centre of the arena, we've just let off one of the pyro flares that we have with us. And this is a lighting aid as the plane, if you look to the skies over the sea, you will see the plane flying overhead now. So they're doing what we call a dummy run at the moment. So this allows all the jumpers in the plane to stick their head out to the window and get eyes on the DZ. So they'll see that pyro from up there in the plane, see the sparkler, and it'll bring them all on in case anybody has forgotten where the landing area is since last night. So there'll be no woody run tonight. Obviously, the plane, they're not going to be able to see the woodies as they come down towards the ground. The woody run, however, was conducted earlier. So last night at about 7 o'clock this evening, the plane flew overhead and they dropped the woodies out of the plane then. So they've got an indication of what the winds are doing, and they'll also get an indication off the pyro that we're setting off in the arena and the smoke as well. Unfortunately, we've got the cloud with us this afternoon, or this evening. So the plane's not going to be able to go very high, not put on as good of a display as we had yesterday. Obviously, yesterday we went all the way up to the top, all the way up to about 8,000 feet. Unfortunately, the cloud's sitting at about 3,000 feet this evening. So it's a much lower show, going to be much quicker for you all. But hopefully they still manage to put on a good display for everybody as well. So just while the plane circles round and to come in for its jump run, if anyone sees any pyro like the one that you saw in the middle of the arena just now, trailing out the back of the plane, please don't call the fire brigade or anything like that. The plane's not going to go down, especially when it's sparklers like the ones we have on the night displays. It does look a lot more like something's going wrong with the aircraft, but it's not, I promise you. So please don't call the fire brigade. The plane's not about to crash. That is the jumpers holding onto the outside of the plane, and they're going to set that pyro off as an indicator to us down here on the ground that they're about to exit that plane, and we'll start lighting up the drop zone for them as well. If anyone sees that either smoke or pyro trailing out the back of the plane before I do, give us a big cheer and I'll start talking to you about the display as it's unfolding in front of you. I believe this is the plane coming in for jump run now. So if you're looking out to the sea, the plane is coming in from the right, nice and low for you all. And then when the jump master thinks he's exactly where he wants to be, in order to get not only himself, but all of the other jumpers that are going to follow him out, get them out in the right spot. So he normally gives himself the worst spot so that everybody else is getting out after him that has to spend a little bit longer up in the air. They've got a better spot and they're not getting put in a position where they've got to hold off for a really long time or they've got to dig out to try and get into that arena. So the jump master for today's display then, we have Lance Corporal Ollie Goss. He's going to be the first person climbing out of that plane, holding onto the outside of it as it flies directly overhead. He'll pop the smoke first. He'll pop that pyro. If anyone's got a good eye, luckily, we've still got a little bit of light. You might be able to see him. There you go. You can see him near the tail of the plane. He's got a light suit on, and there's that pyro for you as well. So he's holding onto the outside of the plane now, and he's going to exit shortly, pull the parachute, nice and low for you all, and set the landing pattern for today's display. And there you go, that is the first jumper. There's Lance Corporal Ollie Goss, exited from the aircraft. He's now going to fall down towards the ground, pull his parachute nice and low for us all. All of the other jumpers are going to exit closely behind him. Do everything they need to do in free fall or pulling their parachutes higher, depending on what it is they're doing under canopy. And then whilst they're doing everything they need to do under canopy, they're also going to be keeping an eye on Ollie as he's setting the landing pattern for today's display. So they're all going to watch everywhere he turns and where he lands, make any adjustments they need to off of him. So they'll use him as an extra little woody. If he lands short of that cross, they know the winds have picked up ever so slightly, and they know to keep everything a little bit tighter. So coming in first then, Lance Corporal Ollie Goss. Taking it right through the flares that we've got on the ground as well. Following him down then, we have one of the other jump masters from the display team. We have Corporal Stephen Hanley. We also have Sergeant Nathan Fisher. We also have Lance Corporal Adam Bellingham. Flying the Union Jack flag this evening, we have Lance Corporal Danny Watson. We also have Lance Corporal Louis Cuddy. Last two members of the team now then, entering that landing pattern, turning in nice and low fuel, building up as much speed as they can. We have Lance Corporal Cameron Clark and Corporal Richard Kingston. And there you go, all members of the team down nice and safely. No one caught fire from that pyro. No one landed in the sea, all a good job. So now they're just going to take off all their kit and they're going to slowly make their way out of the arena. If anyone wants to get any photographs with members of the team, just catch them as they're picking up their kit after they've picked up their kit and walked out of the arena. Grab one of the members of the team and ask them if they can have a photograph with them. If anyone brings a pen and a piece of paper, I'm sure they'll be much inclined to sign any autographs if anyone wants that as well. Or if you've got any burning questions that you want to ask members of the team, either about today's display or about future displays, just grab one of the team members as they're walking off the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been the Red Devils. Thank you very much for coming out to watch us this evening.
Well, and we thank you very much, Private Ollie Hobbs there, and thank you so much for your contribution to this remarkable show. It has just been an outstanding 3 days yet again. Really, really outstanding. We've had some terrific highs just about every day. Started off in great weather. And who knows when we'll meet again, but it has been outstanding. High points for you, Andy. Well, it must have been working with me. That's got to be number one, hasn't it?
It's always the summit of my working year, definitely. I would say, obviously, everyone loves the Typhoon. I do like the fast jets. Tonight, seeing the afterburners in the mist was fantastic. But for me, the heritage classics we've had over the last 3 days.
Yeah, terrific. Never seen so many warbirds in the Bournemouth Bay before. It's just terrific. Well, a massive thank you. A huge number of people put this together. Clearly tonight, thank you to the patrons for providing the night air for the last 3 evenings. Tremendous team from BCP. Just been brilliant to work with everybody for the last 16 years. Outstanding team. And we made so many friends here. Upstairs, the team from TSA. As always, absolutely outstanding professionalism managing the flying displays minute by minute for the last 3 days. Down here, we've been working with a bunch of technicians who've worked tirelessly 24 hours a day, keeping us all connected together, led by Wayne Barker of WEA Audio, but literally masses of people around the site, all the stewards, the policemen, all been helping us, the guards, the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, the National Lifeboat Institute. It's just vast numbers, and it is just the most terrific experience. But the military as well, for your dedication and commitment, and we hope that you've just engaged with literally thousands of young people who will take your places in the future. It has been extraordinary. We've loved every minute of it. Long may it continue. We shall see how we get along over the next year or so. But I just wanted to say thank you all so much for putting up with us up here in Smokey's Lair. It has just been enormous fun entertaining you, doing our best, inform, educate and entertain. Dear old BBC's, aunties, watchwords. And to my local pal here who's joined me so many times, really thank you, Andy, for your support. And it's been great pleasure to work with you and everybody else here.
Thank you, George. And can I thank you as well for the last 16 years, because you have been a stalwart of every single air festival, including the ones where you were sat in your Smokies lair in the cliff top. I presume now you're going to sleep in your cave for at least a good 12 months.
Yeah, well, we'll put it. Actually, I've got just so many more events to go yet. But once again, thank you, Bournemouth. Thank you, everybody, for supporting it. And you know, wonderful people who come here as well. We truly hope you go home safely. Please make sure you've got all the children with you, won't you? Make sure you've got all your belongings. Please take your rubbish with you and dispose of it sensibly. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute gas the whole 3 days. Right now, tune in to 102.8 FM and we'll let Hot Radio take you home.
Good night. Good night.
up to 2-1, about that. So I think it's just over 4. Yeah, good back. Up top.